Part 25. Everyone knows I'm a good man. Author, Tang Mao. Chapter 241. The girl over there is holding the child and crying. The subordinates here were still reporting to Ji Chang's what they had guessed based on the scene. I saw a pot for cooking medicine in the yard, and there were medicines sprinkled on the ground. It is impossible for such an old child to remain silent for such a long time. The sound was so loud that we guessed that her parents might have given her medicine. Yes, it should be because of the medicine. My uncle said some time ago that he didn't know why no one could sleep at night, so he asked the doctor in the village to prescribe medicine. He said that he could fall asleep after drinking it. They may have given this to my sister. Medicine. Ji Chang's nodded, his frown still not relaxing. It's easy for adults to give medicine to children and cause problems. We need to go find a doctor quickly. Moreover, the situation was so urgent at the time, and the couple probably did not have time to pay attention to the dosage. If the dosage was large, it would still be fatal to the child. Anxious to take the child to see a doctor, Ji Chang's and the others quickly collected the wooden warehouse and left the village. When he arrived at the entrance of the village, Ji Chang's looked back. The village is still the same village, and the houses are still the same houses. But there was little smoke, children were running around, adults were walking on the road carrying farm tools, and they came across a scene saying hello. It's impossible to appear here again. The girls staggered behind, and no one dared to look back at the village where they grew up. The young girl holding her sister walked forward step by step with tears in her eyes. She asked Ji Chang's, "Can I join you too?" Ji Chang's glanced at the baby in her arms, thought for a moment and said, "People will die in a war. If something happens to you, what will happen to your sister?" She hugged her sister tightly and said in a hoarse voice, "But if everyone thinks like this, no one will resist them. By then, even if my sister grows up, she will still be raped and beaten to death by those people." Good. Seeing that she had thought thoroughly, Ji Chang's nodded in agreement. "You should also practice with us. If anything happens to you, as long as there is still one person alive in our team, we will definitely take good care of her." The other girls heard their conversation and said they wanted to join in. Ji Chang's looked at them with eyes full of anger and hatred. He knew that they were indeed better than before. They would change their minds under hatred and become the women Ji Chang's had always thought this is right. They would be more assertive, better able to learn, and more able to dominate themselves. Life. But he would rather they remain unchanged. Such a change is too tragic. Although the battle was successfully won, no one was happy on the way back. They won, but it was too late. When he was about to arrive, Ji Chang suddenly stopped. He saw the white cloth tied to the big tree in the distance. There are enemies. The subordinates also saw it, and their originally heavy expressions suddenly became anxious. "Have those foreigners gone to our village? What's going on? Didn't you leave someone in the village?" It stands to reason that if something is found to be wrong, some of the people left behind will come out and report it. Ji Chang's face darkened. They might not be able to come out. They quickly took a detour to another mountain. Ji Chang's looked towards the secret passage they had arranged outside the village, and sure enough he saw a group of foreigners stationed there. Looking further away, there is also a group at the entrance of the village. The trap we set at the entrance of the village was triggered, otherwise those foreigners would have entered the village long ago. Ji Chang's quickly came to a conclusion. He took Mukang off his back, and finally a sneer appeared on his face. "In other villages we could only sneak around, but now we're in our territory, ha." The junior subordinates also took the wooden warehouse to try their hand. They had all touched and tried the only gun in Ji Chang's hand before, and were taught how to open a wooden warehouse correctly. Of course, this teaching method was figured out by Ji Chang's himself. Although this could be regarded as their first time fighting with a wooden warehouse, no one flinched, and their eyes were full of coldness that was as cold as Ji Chang's. They had just witnessed the tragedy of other villages, and now they needed an outlet. This group of people hit the mouth of Mukang. In the village, all the adults gathered underground with confused faces. Several children listened warily to the sounds above and asked them again, "Are you sure no one fell on it?" The adults looked at each other, but no one said anything. Mr. Shuewu, who was still sitting knitting a sweater, looked around at the crowd of people. Didn't there be more than 50 people who went to the cave? If you add those 50-odd people, that's about it. How long can the trap at the entrance of the village stop those foreigners? We can't stop him for long. A child's face was full of seriousness. He listened to the noise above and said, "Although the trap is very big and deep, there are many foreigners. Even if a few people fall in and die in front, they can slow down and chop down trees later to come over." Mr. Shuewu was still not too worried. He didn't think Ji Chang's would just set up a trap. "Tell me, do you have any other options?" The child gave him an admiring look. "Fifth Master is so awesome. He even knows the backup moves, but I don't know what the backup moves are. The boss did it himself. He only said there were some, but didn't tell me what they were." "I know." Wang Qi weakly raised his hand and whispered, "The boss is jealous. In the past, we only needed to cut down a tree that was thick and about the same length. We cut down all the big trees around, and we also did some tricks on the only remaining tree that was long enough." Ji Chang's and the others moved quickly and carefully towards the foreigners. In the distance, you can still vaguely see that the foreigners have just cut down the only tall tree and lowered it on top of the trap. They tried it first, and after making sure that they could walk through it, one of them climbed up first. The rest of the people followed, and soon 5 or 6 people climbed into a tree. Then, as if his feet slipped, a person suddenly let go of his hand and fell down. Then, the remaining people seemed to be frightened by his sudden movement, and they all fell down together. Those people just thought it was true and told the remaining people to move forward with a livid face. Then, the second batch, the third batch. People fell down one by one, and there were all kinds of spikes made of wood below them, and they were at such a height that even if they fell, they would be dead or disabled. The foreigner finally realized something was wrong and stopped to observe the tree. "I'm good at climbing trees, so my boss asked me to do this. Before I climbed up, I filled the tree with all kinds of small nails. Only one sharp tip was exposed. If it got pierced, it wouldn't hurt because it didn't hurt much. No worries, but it's sharp enough to pierce people's clothes." Those small nails were sharpened by him and his boss for a long time to ensure they were sharp enough. Then every morning, I would put on thick clothes that I couldn't wear, climb up, and smear the medicine that the boss bought on the tree. It was very valuable. The boss said that the medicine would not cause death, but it could make the body stiff and the heart beat faster. Dizzy for a while. Mr. Shuewu. Every day. Wang Qi nodded, every day. Mr. Shuewu was really confused now. He had already guessed that the foreigners would attack. That's not true. Wang Qi also asked before why he had to do it every day, and the boss's answer was, the boss said, "Be prepared." Just because he was prepared, Wang Qi was asked to apply medicine every day. Is it still a very expensive medicine? The boss said that although money is important, life is even more important. We live in troubled times, so we need to take more precautions. If nothing happens, we will lose a little money, but if something happens, this can save us a lot of money. Help. Mr. Shuewu. Adults. They are really confused. Suddenly, the foreigners came over. Suddenly, the foreigners fell into a trap that they didn't know existed at the door of their village. Suddenly, the children in the village who seemed to them to be playing around all day quickly called them together, and then took them away from the secret passage under the village that they still didn't know about, and came to such a safe and even stay somewhere comfortable. But now, these little brats, who were previously considered by adults to be just children who still need to be protected, are already seriously discussing the various traps they have laid before. This world suddenly became unreal. But looking at the insider, Mr. Shuewu, they felt somewhat reassured. At least, there is someone who is also an adult and knows. However, the insider Shuewu was also confused. He asked, if you just apply medicine, it will be useless after all the medicine is consumed, right? It seems that this method can only delay the time, and is of no use to foreigners entering the village. No, the boss said that before the medicine wears off, the foreigners will give up entering the village through the trees. Wang Qi replied, several groups of people have died. It is impossible for those foreigners to risk letting people go up. Even their commanders cannot give such an order. Wouldn't that mean letting people die? So, they will choose other methods. Mr. Shuewu, are you trying to say that there is another way that Nagasawa has already anticipated? Wang Qi nodded with an expression of isn't it natural? I'm sure. Mr. Shuewu. Looking at the expression of the child across from him, he even began to doubt whether he was normal because he had not guessed it correctly. Chopping down trees and climbing over is the safest and fastest way, but if this method doesn't work, they will use some more dangerous methods. The boss said that at this time, they will most likely choose to throw the rope to the opposite side and tighten it, and then people will climb along the rope. Ji Chang's and the others climbed up the tree and watched as the foreigners took out the ropes they carried with them, circled the grappling hook several times, and suddenly threw it into a tree on the opposite side. The place where that tree appeared was perfect. It's almost as if it's specifically designed to make people catch the grappling hook. Of course, this is indeed the case. Wang Qi in the basement explained seriously, the tree opposite is particularly suitable for hooking the rope. It is suitable in all aspects because the boss took us to plant that tree according to its location. Mr. Shuewu. Villagers. No wonder a tree suddenly appeared at the entrance of the village. I heard that a group of children planted trees from other places. They thought these children were playful. Did not expect. Mr. Shuewu asked, did you do anything to that tree? No, the boss will never use the same method twice. Wang Qi, we just deliberately didn't plant it very tightly. We would loosen the soil every day. It might be okay to stand at one station, and the weight of one person is barely enough, but if there are more people, bang. On the other end, Ji Chang's and the others had found their positions and stayed quietly on the tree, watching the busy people at the entrance of the village finally fixing the rope. This time they were cautious and sent one person out to climb up first, stepping on the opposite side. After getting on top of the mud, he waved to the other side to let them come over. This time, it was not one person but a group of people, hanging upside down and grabbing the rope to climb towards the opposite side. In the basement, Shuewu discovered the flaw in this plan. No, but in this case, wouldn't there still be a foreigner who can crawl over smoothly? Oh, I see, you mean, he alone can't defeat so many of us. Wang Qi shook his head. How could the boss let foreigners enter the village? They all have wooden warehouses. The boss told me before that although the foreigner who played the vanguard crawled over, his status would definitely not be much higher if he was sent out to try to die. In other words, he was just a soldier who was willing to die. Since he was a soldier who was willing to die, on the opposite side he will definitely not dare to walk around until someone crawls over, so he will definitely stand at the other end of the rope. Then other people started crawling over and he would stand there and lend a hand. When the tree cannot support the weight of those people and falls suddenly, the people climbing on the rope will fall off. The moment the tree falls, the rope tied to it will pull, and then, bang. At the entrance of the village, Ji Chang's and the others watched the trees fall, and the people who were on the rope screamed and fell. The person who passed first was not shocked, because when those people fell, he was already stabbed to death by the arrow that flew suddenly. The foreigners were confused for a while, thinking that someone was attacking them, but after all kinds of panic and vigilance, they discovered the rope on the fallen tree. This is a trap. The person who set up the trap calculated every step they took, even including where the person who climbed over first would stand, otherwise the arrow would not be so accurately inserted into his heart. The trap was full of screaming colleagues, and opposite him lay a corpse with an arrow through the heart. Foreigners are afraid. But after discussing for a while, they became even more angry and decided to enter the village no matter what. Wang Qi was still there. They definitely won't give up at the beginning, so they will think of other ways, such as letting people go down into the trap, using grappling hooks to grab the ground and climb up, and then when the time comes, anyone can go down into the trap and climb up again. But once they get down, they can't get back up. Mr. Shuewu guessed, there is also poison underneath. Wang Qi had a complicated expression, it's not poison, but it's almost the same. Anyway, I'm quite scared. This way. A soldier was tied up with a rope and he was slowly lowered. This time, I still used the grappling hook to grab it, but this time I was grabbing the ground on the opposite side. After the soldier went down, he was about to walk to the other end when he suddenly felt something was wrong. He held a flashlight to illuminate the environment on the ground and screamed. Ah! He broke down and shouted in the language of his country, snakes. There are snakes. They are all venomous snakes. Ah! The foreigners now know why the soldiers who fell did not reply to them, because they were all filled with poisonous snakes. Ji Changs felt satisfied after listening to this sweet scream. There are many venomous snakes in their area, and the villagers pay attention to protection every day when they go out. They also have herbal medicines at home that are specially designed to treat snake venom. Although there are always some bites every year, as long as the medicine is taken in time, there is no danger of life. Originally, snake nests were easily found underground, not to mention that a huge pit was dug underneath. Ji Changs and his brothers arranged the inside to be suitable for snakes to survive. Now that the weather is getting hotter, a snake has gradually formed inside. Sometimes he has to worry about the venomous snakes moving, and from time to time he tries to find ways to feed them something the snakes like to eat. The people in the village are all locals, and they have long been accustomed to venomous snakes. Even if there are more snakes here, it will not be a hindrance to them. But for these foreigners who don't even know what kind of snake they are or how to detoxify them, these venomous snakes are deadly. Birds chirped in the sky. Cuckoo cuckoo sounds very nice. The foreigners didn't take it to heart. After all, this place is close to a mountain. Isn't it normal for birds to chirp? However, these bird calls were made by Ji Changs. Cuckoo, cuckoo. The subordinates in the surrounding trees listened to the frequency of the bird's call, quickly loaded the wooden chamber they had prepared, and aimed it at the bottom. In the basement, Mr. Shuewu asked, what if they don't go from the entrance of the village? Although it is a bit difficult to climb up the mountain and climb rocks, they can still go around to the village in the end. Wang Qi nodded, yes, we have laid so much groundwork before, just to wait for them to leave the mountain. These arrangements seem to be to prevent enemies from entering the village through the village entrance, but in fact they are to force people who want to enter the village from the village entrance to take a detour through the mountains. As for why it is on the mountain, the entrance to the village is so empty that it's not easy to hide people, and it's also not easy to fight. There might be casualties in the fight, but if they walk from the mountain, there are trees and grass everywhere. As long as they climb up the tree that has been prepared, there will be the fake leaves we made before are just enough to block people and iron plates. Mr. Shuewu, iron plate. Yes, iron plate. Ji Changs and the others were standing on a tree, but they were covered with iron plates surrounded by fake leaves, which he bought at a high price. The purpose, of course, is to stop bullets. The foreigners climbed up the mountain with difficulty and headed towards the village. When they reached the tree where Ji Chang's and the others were hiding, a cuckoo sounded. As soon as the third cuckoo sounded, the 4 children scattered into 4 corners, pulled off the ropes tied to the tree at the same time. Brush, brush, brush. A hail of sharpened arrows fell down. Screams rang out, and many people fell down almost immediately. The subordinates hiding in various corners began to frantically open wooden warehouses in that direction. It didn't matter whether they were accurate or not. The main reason was to give these foreigners a concept of enemies everywhere. From all directions, including above, the sound of wooden warehouses continued. The enemy was caught off guard and quickly fell in large numbers. The enemies who reacted began to cover themselves while fighting towards the place where the sound of the wooden warehouse was heard. But everything was green all around. Ji Chang's and the others put on green clothes and quickly painted their faces with green paint. In the chaotic situation, these people couldn't see where the enemy was at all, so they could only dodge and open the wooden warehouse randomly. There were also bullets that hit Ji Chang's and the others, but they were blocked by an iron plate and only made a few clanging noises, causing no damage at all. When the sound of the wooden warehouse sounded, the people hiding underground began to panic. Especially the adults whose children were still outside looked anxious and wanted to crawl out now to see what was going on. We've opened a wooden warehouse. We've opened a wooden warehouse. What should we do? We don't have a wooden warehouse. The children listened quietly for a while, with relieved looks on their faces. The noise in this wooden warehouse doesn't sound like only foreigners are opening it. It sounds like there is a firefight. The boss must have got the wooden warehouse. Adults. Is this true? They are just children, where can they get a wooden warehouse? The boss received news last night that foreigners had arrived in a nearby village, so he took his people there. They must have killed those foreigners and brought them to the wooden warehouse. Wan Qi finished his analysis confidently, and then seriously, after listening for a while, he continued, we must have the upper hand. I can hear the voices of these foreigners getting more and more confused. Mr. Shuewu. Isn't this sound the same? Where do you hear which sound comes from which side? This is easy to distinguish. The boss has arranged it early, so he must be building a wooden warehouse on the tree we have arranged before. If he doesn't climb the tree, one will run away and the other will chase him. The sound of the wooden warehouse will not be so concentrated, the sound level is still about the same after half a day, so they must still be in the same place. Mr. Shuewu. Are all kids today so powerful? Seeing him silently looking at her with a complicated look on his face, Wan Qi smiled at Shuewu. My boss taught me this. Mr. Shuewu. It's outrageous. The sound of the wooden warehouse outside gradually became less chaotic, a few times. Wan Qi listened and said, almost all the foreigners are dead. Boss and the others should be hunting down the remaining ones now. Mr. Shuewu, can you hear this? Yes, because the boss has made arrangements before. If this happens, he will arrange for people to hide on the enemy's way of escaping. You can hear the sound of these wooden warehouses moving away, but there are only one wooden warehouse and one wooden warehouse. If you open it, you will know that the hidden people are chasing those who escaped. Wan Qi finished speaking with a serious face, and said to Mr. Shuewu, actually, I didn't understand it when I first started learning, but the boss taught me to listen more and think more, so I gave it a try and found that as long as I followed the boss's instructions it's easy to think about it in the end. Mr. Shuewu. It sounds very reasonable. But is it easy? The sound of Mukang became less and less, and his nerves suddenly became tense. You won't really escape the foreigners, will you? Didn't you say before that the foreigners who came to our village were just a team? If any foreigners ran out to report the news, then, oh no. Ji Chang's only has a few subordinates in total. No matter how many tricks he has, he can only defeat 100 people with a small number of enemies. Don't worry, fifth master, the positions of the people the boss arranged to chase on the road have been calculated, and they will just happen to force the remaining people to run towards the road where the boss wants them to go. Mr. Shuewu, is there something waiting for them at the end? Wan Qi gave Shuewu a thumbs up. Fifth master is worthy of being boss's teacher. He is so awesome. Boss often says that he owes most of his current performance to fifth master's teachings. For a moment, the villagers who were still confused, surprised, shocked, and dreamy looked at Mr. Shuewu with admiration. It's almost like looking at God. Mr. Shuewu. I don't, it's really not me. He smiled dryly. Actually, I didn't teach much. Nagasawa is, self-taught. But no one believed him. Mrs. Wang excitedly held Mr. Shuewu's hand, wishing she could offer him up and burn incense. Master Wu, don't be humble. What does he know as a child? If you hadn't taught him, how would he know these things? Mr. Shuewu. He is a child and he knows everything. But no one believed his explanation at all. Everyone looked at him with admiration and admiration. So you are like this. Mr. Shue is written all over his eyes. Mr. Shuewu. Forget it, it's not the first day I've taken the blame anyway. Outside, it is indeed as Wan Qi said. The subordinates arranged by Ji Chang's deliberately drove the escapees to the finish line. It's Ji Chang's favorite trap gift package. After the last person fell, all the people hiding in the woods did not move. They all lay motionless on the spot. In the basement, hearing that there was no movement outside, the adults began to become anxious again. What's going on? Why is there no sound? What happened? It was Wan Qi who still stood up to reassure everyone, it's okay. In this case, they have killed everyone, but the boss has always been cautious. He will lead them to hide quietly in place for at least an hour to make sure nothing slips through the net. The fish won't leave until it's gone. So, while everyone breathed a sigh of relief, they looked at Mr. Shuewu with admiration. Is this what Fifth Master taught me? Fifth Master is really smart and worthy of being a scholar. Mr. Shuewu. Although he felt that struggling was useless at the moment, he still wanted to save his life. He doesn't have the ability to calculate each step accurately. I really didn't teach you this, it was Nagasawa who was smart. Yes, Nagasawa is smart. Then do we have to wait for another hour? My baby is still outside, and I don't know if he is injured or not. Mrs. Wang is the most worried one. Nagasawa is young, and Mikuro might not even be able to lift it. Hey, bastard, no, one by one, can we go out and take a look now? Wan Qi disagreed with them going out. The boss has said before that if this happens, no one can go out unless he comes to pick people up in person. They have to hide in here all the time. And the boss will definitely bury the body, otherwise it is easy to get sick. What will happen to the disease? With Shuewu virus. Yes, virus, so we have to wait a while. Speaking of this, Mr. Shuewu became energetic. He spent half the night digging last night just to help. I dug the hole where the corpse was buried last night and left a mark around the entrance of the village. Nagasawa should be able to see it. It will save them the time of digging the hole themselves and they should be able to come back faster. The adults around. This didn't happen yesterday, so you dug the hole to bury the body first? You still said you didn't teach me? Mr. Shuewu, who was just happy that he had helped, felt the eyes of the people around him. With Wan Qi's comfort and various explanations. After what they had just experienced, although the adults were eager to go out and see their children, they did not want to cause trouble to the children, so they nodded and agreed with anxious faces. An hour passed. Ji Chang's and the others came out of their hiding place. First, they went to the trap at the entrance of the village to make sure there were no survivors inside. They put on snake-proof clothes hidden nearby, followed the ropes left by the foreigners, and everyone worked together to pull up all the corpses. Ji Chang's followed the marks and found a deep pit. He sighed, "Master Wu is really considerate." Then the little guys were busy carrying the body and throwing it in. Of course, they had to search it before throwing it in. Because there were foreign troops nearby, Ji Nagaze did not put the wooden plank that had been hidden by his subordinates in the village back as it was. Instead, he covered it with grass or the like, returning the trap to a surface of peace. Finally, it was confirmed that no corpses were missing, and the traps were all set to their original appearance. They were not discovered until they were buried, and there was no shovel. They went out in a hurry last night to kill people, and when they came back today they killed another wave. Who goes out to kill people with a shovel? Ji Chang's moved his shoulders and said, "Let's go back and get the shovel." The village was indeed deserted, and Ji Chang's and the others were not surprised. They went down the secret passage and saw a lot of people. Mother, father, grandfather. The children, who were originally quite peaceful, burst into tears when they saw their elders, crying and throwing themselves into the arms of their relatives. The foreigners killed the people in Li village. It's so scary, Dad. Mom, those foreigners are not human beings. Oh Grandma, you scared me to death Grandma. All of a sudden, it became a group crying meeting. Ji Chang's. He looked around and came across Mr. Shuiwu, who had an expression similar to his own. The two were silent for a few seconds. Mr. Shuiwu said, "Are you finished working outside?" "Not yet. The body has been thrown into the pit and has not been buried yet." "Aren't you bringing them back to get a shovel?" "Speaking of this, Fifth Master, you better be careful, otherwise we will still have to dig a hole outside for a long time." Mr. Shuiwu. I don't know why, but I always feel weird that Ji Chang's praised him for digging the grave in advance. He dug with the idea of helping these children share the burden, but when they really killed all the foreigners, he once again felt that this child was simply a monster. Amidst the crying, Mrs. Wang came over by herself, hugged her little grandson and started crying. "Why are you so brave? You dare to do so many things at such a young age. Let Grandma see if she's injured. Oh my Nagasawa. It's all your father and uncle's fault. Big man. I need you kids to protect me. Oh, your palms are full of blood, and your hands are a little swollen." Ji Chang's was hugged. He reacted suddenly. Yes. He is still a child. It would be better if some tasks were done by adults. For example, burying a corpse or something. Why do you have to work so hard to drag the corpse and bury it? Adults can do this much faster than children like them. He immediately softened his body and fell into Mrs. Wang's arms in a familiar manner. He responded softly and complained, "The swollen hand is because I stabbed people too hard with the knife, and I stabbed too many people. Grandma, you look, my fingers are a little swollen." Mrs. Wang's focus was on her swollen hands. After hearing her little grandson's aggrieved words, she felt even more distressed. She held Ji Chang's hand and her distressed voice rose 8 points. "Hey, that's right. Grandma's good grandson has suffered a lot. Come here, I brought some medicine and apply it on you. Well, it hurts. Grandma, please be gentle. Those foreigners are stronger than cows and have thick meat. They are difficult to poke. Bah! These black-hearted things. Their flesh is also black-hearted. If Nagasawa doesn't cry, these black-hearted people will definitely get their retribution." Mr. Shuiwu, who witnessed the whole process of Ji Chang's face change. "Do you still use sure?" Ji Chang said that when he stabbed someone, his hand became swollen because he stabbed it too hard. Stab someone. Too many stabs. You can imagine how bloody and brutal this is. Then the old lady held Ji Chang's hand that was swollen after stabbing too many people and cried out in distress, "We Changs are so pitiful. Those people who were stabbed are so rubbish. Why did they have such thick flesh? Why did my good grandson stab them, a few cuts and that's it? Mr. Shuiwu. Looking at Ji Chang's, who was so majestic and deceitful outside, but seemed unable to walk when he returned home, with "I'm just a well-behaved child" written all over his body, the complicated emotions in his heart were really difficult to describe. Good boy had tiredness written all over his face. "Uncles, can you go out and bury those foreigners? We haven't slept for a long time, we are so tired." The eldest child all spoke, and the remaining children no longer cared about it. They snuggled in the arms of their relatives and nodded wildly. Yeah, we haven't slept since last night. Dad, please help us bury the foreigners. I'm so tired and I don't want to move. I'm so sleepy, I want to sleep. No matter how confused the adults were before, their hearts still softened now as they held their children. Okay, go to sleep quickly. Just sleep like this. Dad will take you back. Don't worry, leave the rest to us. Each parent carefully walked out of the secret passage, holding their own baby who was too sleepy to walk. Ji Chang's was also sleepy. He yawned and was held by his father and dozed off. He was thinking about things in his mind while squinting to try to sleep. At least today the village is safe, the tail is swept clean, and other foreigners will not notice anything unusual. Although the newly recruited girls have no experience before, they should have great potential because of their ruthlessness. If the foreigners suddenly start massacring the village, there will definitely be more people outside. There is chaos, but we still need to establish our own power. Thinking about it, he fell asleep. Mrs. Wang followed behind and kept scolding her son, "Slow down and don't hold my grandson in your arms." The sun was high in the sky, and the adults who had arranged for the children at home began to bury the bodies seriously. As they threw soil into the pit, they sighed in distress. They were sleeping soundly, and they looked very tired at first sight. "My knees are all busted." The Ji family's Nagasawa's hands are swollen, but it makes Mrs. Wang feel distressed. Those foreigners are really hateful. They are just children. After hearing this, Mr. Shuiwu, who was responsible for leading the way, lowered his head to look at a pit of corpses in various strange states of death, and twitched the corners of his eyes. "Fifth Master, do you think so?" Mr. Shuiwu. He smiled dryly. "Yeah, they're still kids. No one stipulates that children cannot be cruel. Everyone knows I'm a good man." Author, HandsomeMaleLead. Chapter 242. In the past 2 days, the adults in the village felt a little like they were in a dream. After all, the bodies here have been buried, but the body over there that was massacred in the village has not yet been buried. When it comes to emotions, the Chinese people are very particular about staying in their graves. In terms of rationality, if we just leave the corpse alone, there might be another epidemic. Because there were too many people, they couldn't be buried separately, so they were buried together. Someone suggested that the surviving girls find their families individually, but they refused. "Since we all walk together, let's bury them together. Under Huangquan Road, we can be considered companions." Several people rummaged through the village's white cloth, war linen and mourning, and even the baby girl who was cured in her infancy had a white belt tied around her little arm. Ji Chang stood by the pit, looking at the dead innocent villagers inside. He waited until the sun set before waving his hand, "Bury them." Dirt fell on those in the pit. Beside the pit, several girls cried and knelt down, sending the whole village off for the last journey. Ji Chang's walked up to them, looked at the corpses in the pit whose faces were gradually covered with soil, and suddenly said, "I heard that if people lose their lives in troubled times, and if too many people die, there will be people down there to pick them up, comfort them well and send them away. As long as they are buried in peace, they will not suffer at all when they leave." The girls who were crying were stunned, looking at the little doubting in front of them with tears in their eyes. sobbing and asking, "Really, really?" Ji Chang said seriously, "I have read many books, so you believe me." In this world of feudal superstition, Ji Chang's words gave comfort to several girls who had lost their families. Ji Chang's taught them a few verses from scripture and asked them to recite them facing the edge of the pit. If you recite it for more than 2 hours, the soul of the deceased will be saved and he will be able to rest in peace. The girls learned it seriously and did not dare to stop kneeling by the pit and reciting for a moment. Wang Qi leaned over and knelt beside the pit and read along. Ji Chang's. He stepped forward and grabbed the subordinate and pulled him away. "What are you doing? You have nothing to do, right? Didn't I ask you to continue to practice your acting skills? Do you know it will be useful?" Wang jealousy slips on art study most quick. Fa-Qi smiled at Ji Chang's, "Boss, isn't this what you just said? Reciting sutras can save them. I will recite sutras for my father-in-law and my mother-in-law to save them." Ji Chang's. "Your father-in-law, mother-in-law?" "Here." Wang Qi pointed at the youngest girl, "She is my future daughter-in-law. Although she has not agreed to me yet, it must be because the whole family is not in the mood after her death. I believe that as long as I work hard, she will accept it sooner or later. Mine." Ji Chang's looked at the girl who was only a teenager but already taller than the 17 or 18-year-old boy in the village, and then looked at the dwarf Wang Qi in front of him. "Work hard, I believe in you. Don't recite the sutras if you don't want to, I'm just fooling them." Wang Qi was very happy after being praised. His face was full of confusion. "Fooling? Fake. But I think you are serious, boss. Are you talking nonsense? How can I fool people if I don't take it seriously? Everyone is dead anyway, why don't you say something nice to make the living people feel at ease?" Wang Qi still didn't understand, but this is a lie. Is there something wrong in your mind? Is it possible to tell them that when a person dies, he or she is dead? Do you think it is better to tell them that when a member of their family dies, they will lose everything? Or tell them that as long as they recite sutras, these dead people will be there? Can you get a better salvation? You never use your brain when doing things. How can I let you do the assigned tasks with peace of mind? Wang Qishan was afraid that the boss would hit someone as he spoke, so he quickly protected his head and nodded. "Yes, yes, yes, boss, I understand, the boss is worthy of being the boss, and the things he made up are so true." Ji Chang's touched his chin and looked at the large pit filled with corpses. "However, it's not necessarily true that there are no ghosts in the world. Maybe there are ghosts coming to pick people up now, but we just can't see them." Wang Qi shuddered at what he said out of thin air. "Boss, can you stop talking? It sounds so scary." "What's so scary? If it was an evil ghost, it would have caused trouble to the world. Since this has never happened, it means that even if there are ghosts, there are rules. Otherwise, where would the legendary Mengpo and ghosts come from?" Of. Ji Chang's felt that he quite believed this. Ghosts are also transformed by humans. In troubled times, ghosts will probably be gentler when doing things. He turned around, propped up his chin and began to look at the sky again, thinking about what to do next. People die, people who are alive still have to live well. What he didn't know was that behind him, the space that was supposed to be open space was filled with dead people. "Slow down, don't be crowded, drink mangpo soup before going down." A skull was serving mangpo soup. When it turned around and saw many crying children in the queue, it sighed, lowered its head and started to stick skin on itself. Soon, the scary skull turned into a very thin normal person. The skinny kid handed a bowl of soup to the frightened and sobbing 5-year-old kid in front of him, and coaxed him softly, "Drink it, it's delicious, there is meat in it. After drinking this, you will forget what you should forget, I'm not afraid anymore." The child wiped his tears and looked at him carefully. When he saw that he was not wearing a military uniform, he asked in a low voice, "Uncle, am I dead? I saw that my stomach was torn by a knife." "Then, can I not see it? Are you here? How could it be? Aren't your parents right behind you?" After the kid finished speaking, he pointed behind the child. The child's parents hurriedly saluted the ghost master. But my stomach is bleeding, it hurts, there is a knife in my stomach." The kid knelt down, touched the child's head, and said softly, "Be good. After drinking the soup, you won't remember any unhappy things, and your stomach won't hurt anymore." The child took it in a daze and drank it in 2 sips. The child's mother stood aside, looking at everything around her with a worried face, and carefully bowed to the kid. "Sir, where will we go?" The kid looked at the fear on her face and the confusion in the child's eyes, and said softly, "The dead will sleep for 20 years before being reincarnated. 20 years later, they will no longer be like this. Go ahead, you have worked hard in this life." Accompanied by the sound of the sutra, the dead filed away one by one. A few kids stretched themselves. "I heard that more than 30,000 people died today alone. Hey, the population of the underworld is about to explode again. What's going on? Didn't you say it's much better up there than before?" "It's much better. One time before, 130,000 people died in one day. At any rate, it was 100,000 less than before." "What happened this time?" "A city was attacked at night. The residents were sleeping and most of them didn't run out. In addition, many villages in this area were massacred. Many dead bodies were still thrown on the ground. Their souls were floating everywhere. We still want another one. Let's go look for them one by one." "Hey, go back, I'm very busy today. Where are those foreign ghosts? You don't care about them. If they like Piao Piao, they will come across the ocean to invade our side. Okay, I'll see how long it takes for them to float back to their own country after they die. They are not like us. They will send ghosts to foreign countries to bring back our own ghosts, and let them float around, as you like. Speaking of which, these ghosts are lucky today. Someone actually saw them off. Hey, this kid." A ghost floated strangely next to Ji Chang's, lowered his head and sniffed him. "The smell on him is so strange, it doesn't look like he was reincarnated here." It reached out and wanted to touch it tentatively. Ji Chang suddenly turned around and swept his sharp eyes around in front of him. "Kid." It froze up and didn't dare to move. Wang Qi ran over. "Boss, what's wrong? It felt like someone was watching me." "Where is there? Aren't we just the two of us?" Ji Chang's glanced around in front of him again with a straight face, and then slowly turned around after confirming that there was indeed no one. The kid just breathed a sigh of relief and was about to extend his claws again. Ji Chang's, who had just turned around, suddenly turned his head again, and his eyes were so sharp that they didn't look like a child, like a knife, scraping every inch in front of him. It. Not daring to move any more, the kid floated back in fear. "How is it? Did you come from another reincarnation?" "I don't know, but this guy is not easy to mess with. He is very scary. If you see him next time, stay away. Otherwise, I'm afraid he will be destroyed by his ghost." "Are you talking nonsense? Isn't this just a living child? You can't do it." They were discussing. The more Ji Chang's looked at it, the more he felt something was wrong here. He frowned and walked over slowly, looking around carefully. His sharp eyes passed over the imps, even though he knew he couldn't see them. A group of but the little devil still subconsciously stood on end with all his ghost hairs standing on end. "Forget it, I'd better stay away, it looks quite scary." Anyway, the work was done, and the little devils ran away. Wang Qi looked at Ji Chang's walking around in the open space with a confused face. "Boss, what are you looking for?" "I don't know, I just feel like there's something here. Ji Chang stretched out his hand and waved the air in front of him, thoughtfully. It seems to be gone now. There's nothing there. There's nothing. Ji Chang still felt something was wrong. He suddenly asked Wan Qi, can you see ghosts if you put cow's tears on it, right? Wan Qi, are you asking this question because you want to? Ji Chang's, yes, I think there is a ghost here. Wan Qi. Wan Qi. I'd better go and recite sutras, boss. Didn't you sleep well last night? Go to bed early today. He ran away cowardly. Only Ji Chang's was left, facing the empty space where he could no longer sense anything, and fell into deep thought. If there really are ghosts, can these ghosts be used by him? He was worried that there were too few people under his command. Wouldn't it be great if even ghosts could count? After Ji Chang's returned, he conducted a series of experiments. He tried it all, including cow tears, seeing ghosts at midnight, living in tents in graveyards, etc. He tried to seize every opportunity to recruit soldiers and horses, and even bought sacrificial incense and various cakes to try to seduce. It's a pity that this is a non-supernatural world after all. If you really want to see a ghost, you can only die. After struggling for a long time, Ji Chang's could only give up on this path without getting anything. He had no idea that he had really attracted a lot of ghosts who could move freely. Unfortunately, no matter how hard he tried to put on the come on me work here, you have 3 insurances, 1 gold, food, and accommodation, guaranteed to be cost effective. The friendly boss has a friendly face. As soon as the little devils get close to him, they are scared away by his terrifying aura of gods will kill gods if they block them, and Buddhas if they block Buddhas. Maybe a hero really emerges from troubled times. How could there be such a guy who almost scared the ghost to death again before he even got close? Ji Chang's, who had no idea that he had missed a group of ghost subordinates, sighed helplessly. There is a shortage of people. Now that their organization has gone through a clear path, the adults in the village have also joined the organization. Of course, there are also people who shamelessly say that what kind of family does a child belong to, and adults should be the ones to take charge of the family. But Ji Chang's understands that there will always be a bitch among 100 good people. So he just picked up a piece of wood and broke the opponent's legs with his own hands. From then on, no one said anything about it being okay for children to have a little fight. Although there is only one person who can say such things. After all, Ji Chang's has recruited almost all the children of the right age in the village, and the adults in the village are all relatives of these children. They are simple people to begin with, and when they find out about this, they will only think, I am so proud that my child is doing well in his career at such a young age. Who would think, my child is doing well in his career, and I want to take it away from him. I'll do it myself. Picture what? Do you have a brain, a plan, or skills? Apart from their strength, how could they compare to these children? So the guy who was crippled by Ji Chang's not only failed to gain sympathy from others, but was also cast aside. Even children's achievements are taken away. Bah, shameless. Bullying a bunch of kids. Bah, do you want a conscience? The lame man. Who is bullying whom? Is he the one who was crippled? But no one listened to his remarks. His reputation in the village was not very good, and his parents loved him the most, but he defrauded his family's money to gamble. When he came back from debt, he only told the gambling house to take his sister to pay off the debt. When the gambling shop came to arrest him, his brother and sister-in-law were at home. They stopped him quickly. After asking the whole story, the old couple gritted their teeth and paid back the money. Then they kicked the man out and told him directly that he would be punished if he owed debts outside. Even if they are beaten to death, they will not care. Everyone in the gambling shop knew that he had no money and wouldn't let him go in to gamble. From then on, he lived in a shabby thatched hut, doing anything he couldn't do, such as stealing chickens and dogs. Everyone in the village knew about his virtues and were wary of him. Gradually, when he couldn't steal anything, he went to the city to steal. Later, he was caught and beaten before he came back disgraced and started farming honestly. So this time he told Ji Changs this and that with an expression of "What do you know, you little brat?" He said that he wanted to kick these senior children out of the team and let the adults, that is, him, come replace Ji Changs. Then, his leg was broken and he lay in the broken house howling every day. No one in the village felt sorry for him, even his parents were ashamed of him. Who is that? Even if they are illiterate, they still know the normal truth. The organization established by other children, they went to rescue people regardless of danger, and even recovered a batch of wooden warehouses. In the end, they saved the entire village and killed the people surrounding the village. Foreigners. After everything is done, you come to pick peaches to eat? What good things are you thinking about? Why is your face thicker than the city wall? Others were worried that this kid was evil-minded and would cause trouble in the future, so they suggested to Ji Changs to drive people out of the village. Ji Changs flatly refused, with a look of righteousness on his face. Now there is chaos everywhere outside, and his leg is still lame. Driving him away at this time is equivalent to letting him die. After all, he belongs to the same village. Even if he doesn't care about his face, it also depends on Uncle Yi's face. The elder who came to persuade Ji Changs was full of admiration. "You are still a good person, Changs. I have lived for decades, but I can't compare to you, a child who is transparent and does not hold grudges. Actually, it's just for my uncle's sake. At such an old age, my uncle is still working as a village doctor in the village. It's such a hard work. I don't want him to worry too much about his son." Ji Changs waved his hands, with a look of helplessness on his face. "Anyway, he is just yelling, let him yell. After all, we are from the same village, so we can keep a line in life, and then we can meet each other easily. We can't kill them all. I will suffer a little if I feel wronged." The elders left with admiration in their eyes. Judging from his posture, he was planning to go out to find someone to brag about Ji Changs. Seeing him leaving, Ji Changs continued to write and draw in his notebook with his head down. Now he is basically the person in charge of the entire village, and he has a lot more things to do than before. He has to make all the decisions about personnel allocation, but he is very busy. Wang Qi, who was in charge of copying on the side, looked at him carefully and asked, "Boss, do you really think that it's for Uncle Yi's sake that you won't get rid of that 3-digit number? He looks at you like a poisonous snake. I'm afraid of him. Really attack you." Ji Changs wrote unhurriedly and answered with two minds. Zhou's Huma is a person with no conscience and a white-eyed wolf. He doesn't know how to remember gratitude but only knows how to remember revenge. Whether I drive him away or not, he will look for opportunities to come back for revenge. Rather than driving him away and not knowing who he met outside and what he did, and then suddenly coming back to bite me and I still can't figure out the situation, it's better to just leave him in the village and see what he really wants to do. I can also know in advance. Also, if his crime is not worthy of death, I can't do anything to him. When he commits a crime of death, even if I kill him, it will be justified. Everyone has seen that I tolerated him. Thirdly, it's him who doesn't know whether to live or die. If I kill him, people will only say that he deserves it. Wang Qi. But didn't you just say that you should keep a thin line in your life so that we can meet each other easily in the future? Ji Changs didn't even raise his eyelids, opened a piece of paper, and continued to write another one. His tone was neither salty nor light, and extremely calm. This statement can only be applied in peaceful times. Nowadays, there are wars everywhere and people are dying every day. Saving the enemy's life at this time is not called saving a person's life, but saving danger. Cutting the grass and rooting out the roots is suitable for the current way of life. Wang Qi. Listening means understanding. But I don't understand, boss. If you think so, why do you say that on the surface? What you think makes sense. I believe that even if you say it, others will understand you. Ji Chang's finally put down his pen this time. He looked at the shortest brother in silence for several seconds before asking, "Is there paste in your brain? What kind of person will a person be least wary of? A person who is kind and easy to talk to, and what kind of person will a person be most wary of? A person who is full of calculations and counts every step he takes. If I tell others this, they will be on guard against me in everything I do in the future, and I will be 100 times more tired than before. I will never use my brain when thinking about things." He was reprimanded, but Wang Qi didn't feel uncomfortable at all. After all, it was a common occurrence. He coughed a few times. "Boss, we have raided several places in the past few days, killed many foreigners, and collected many weapons. Isn't it time to show up now?" "But boss, you said before that they are everywhere now." "Spies, if we are really exposed, will there be spies sneaking in?" Ji Chang's continued to write, "Not only that, there will also be people trying to bribe our own villagers." Wang Qi suddenly became nervous. He is not afraid of spies from outside. After all, they are outsiders. No matter how hard they try, their own people will still be on guard. But it would be terrible if the villagers were bribed. Their own people know their own people, and betrayal from their own people is the most fatal. This is what the boss taught them from the beginning. Well, then, what are we going to do? There are so many people in our village. What if someone is really bribed and we are caught off guard? Ji Chang's took a deep breath. Now he really doubted whether his plan to send Wang Qi out on a mission was definitely right or wrong. Wang Qi has such a crazy mind, can he really survive if he goes out? But considering that among so many subordinates, Wang Qi was the one with the least acting skills and the best, he had no choice but to accept this reality. Otherwise, do you think I kept the 3-digit number just to find the right opportunity to kill him? Wang Qi looked confused. Wednesday code, what does this have to do with Wednesday code? Zhou's Huma is not popular in the village and has a bad reputation. Not only our village, but also some people in the city know this. In addition, he just offended me and I broke his leg. Now he hides in the house every day with his voice raised. Scold me, I can't hide this. Do you think that if someone wants to bribe people in the village, is it better to bribe someone who has no enmity against me and even relies on me to take care of the children at home, or is it better to bribe someone who has hatred towards me? Just kill me, okay. That must be the Wednesday code." Wang Qi patted his thigh and finally understood, as expected of the boss, he can calculate clearly. "Ji Chang's, if you follow me more these days, I will give you a good lesson." With such a temper, he really didn't feel comfortable getting people out. In Guangnan territory, a new force unexpectedly emerged. Although it is a small force, this group of civilian forces actually destroyed a group of foreigners by themselves. And their own numbers were not enough to form a group. Even before they became an organization, they were just a small village. In today's era when telegrams are so busy at the slightest hint of trouble, the news quickly spread to all places. After confirming that this was indeed a civilian force, most of the forces didn't pay much attention to it. On the other hand, the foreigners heard that the higher UPS had issued an order, saying that this force must be wiped out and revenge for their army. It is said that they are just a small village with only 1,000 people, and the foreigners are very cautious in sending out 5,000 people. It's a pity that this time it failed again. 5,000 against 1,000. Not only did they fail, but many of them were captured alive. Over there, they directly announced to the world that they wanted these soldiers. No problem, just give him food and money, and they will release him. Otherwise, just ignore them and imitate a certain country and kill them on the spot. Foreigners can't help it. This force seems to have everything under control. They are a non-governmental organization, not an official organization. No matter how much pressure they put on the government, it is useless, and the other party has not yet figured out how to get it into the newspapers. Now almost everyone in the country knows that a Chinese village rose up when it was massacred by foreigners. They resisted, formed a militia independently, and killed foreigners. As a result, the foreigners sent out 5,000 men to surround and kill them. Not only did they beat them, but they also took a group of prisoners and refused to release them without giving them money. The deadline is just around the corner. If they are not released, these prisoners will be killed on the spot, just like the Chinese people who were trapped and killed by a certain country before. An old man was sitting at the dining table and was about to read a newspaper while eating. He picked up the newspaper in his hand and looked at it. He frowned and laughed loudly. "I didn't expect that our country actually has such powerful soldiers. Well done. These foreigners dare to kill our people." In a tea shop, farmers who got up early to sell vegetables carried their burdens and walked a long way before reaching the city gate. They were tired and covered in sweat. They sat down and ordered a large bowl of tea for a penny, and drank it in big gulps. Clears the lungs. Hearing a sudden shout of approval, the vegetable farmer looked up curiously and saw several people dressed as students sitting on the other side reading newspapers with excited faces. Well done. They were the ones who attacked our army first and killed so many of our soldiers, yet they still had the nerve to ask for war compensation. Now it's time for them to compensate us. I'm afraid this is the Green Forest hero written in the playbook. 1,000 people can win against 5,000 people. It shows that these foreigners are nothing more than that. SHH, don't say such things outside. What are you afraid of? This is Marshal Hu's territory. Is it possible that those foreigners can fly over and destroy me with a wooden warehouse? I think they are getting close. Look, even the militias organized by ordinary people can beat them like this. What's there to be afraid of? They have the nerve to put pressure on the government to wipe out the rebels. If they hadn't gone to massacre the village first, how could the ordinary people have been forced to resist? The vegetable farmers were itching to hear it, and they just heard that it should be a good thing for the Chinese people. But this group of students knew at a glance that their families were well off. They were of low status and did not dare to come forward. They could only endure the curiosity in their hearts and listen carefully. When they entered the city, the newsboy ran over with joy on his face. Extraordinary, extravagant, our militiamen won a great victory with 1,000 soldiers against 5,000 foreign soldiers. Everyone seems to be talking about it on the street. The vegetable farmers were selling vegetables while listening to the discussions of passers-by on the street. It took almost an hour before they figured out what had happened. At this moment, even though they knew that the militiamen were far away from them, they were proud of each other with all their hearts. That's how it should be. Foreigners bully others too much. We should let foreigners know that they are not easy to bully. Ji Changs knew very well that when they were still weak, in his own opinion, public opinion should be promoted, so under his supervision, several younger brothers who were relatively talented in literature almost lost their hair. Only then did they jointly write a manuscript that was approved by Ji Changs. Then, he submitted the article to the newspaper. The owner of the newspaper is a patriotic person. Even though he knew that doing so might offend foreigners, he still posted it without hesitation. He also did not forget to indicate in the newspaper that if the owner of the newspaper was assassinated one day, please remember to kill him. It doesn't matter if one is the only one, there are still tens of thousands of newspaper owners standing up. This is the superficial situation. The reality is that Ji Changs directly purchased a newspaper company and made up a boss. The boss's original household registration, current household registration, name, age, wife's household registration, how many children they have, etc. were all made up. Seem. Troubled times also have their advantages. As long as you are willing to pay, you can resurrection the dead. Afterwards, the boss ordered the newspaper to be distributed. This manuscript, which almost drove those talented young men writing crazy, was really well written. At the beginning, the foreigners massacred the village, and they were discovered by some relatives who came to visit from the neighboring village. The foreigners slaughtered the foreigners by the way. The relatives witnessed the tragedy and ran back to their own village while it was dark, and then they also saw another group of foreigners at the gate of their village. They were extremely frightened and filled with despair, and then they killed this group of foreigners as well. Desperate, they took a detour back to the village and informed the villagers of the horrific situation. The whole village was trembling with fear. It was true, they were tired of digging graves, but they knew that they might be killed if they could not run far, so with the encouragement of Mr. Shui, the only scholar in the village, Shui, I didn't, they picked up farm tools, shovel, fought back, digging a hole, and finally, when it got dark, they ended the battle, digging a big hole. The foreigners were killed by them. They thought that they had escaped and could live a peaceful life from now on, farming, weeding, and resting at sunrise and sunset. Unexpectedly, another group of foreigners arrived. They kept saying that they wanted to avenge their dead comrades, but they were the ones who came to massacre the village first. They killed so many ordinary Chinese people, but did not allow these innocent people to resist. In their eyes, the Chinese people who have been trampled under their feet even breathe wrong. For the first time, the villagers experienced what it was like to subjugate their country. Even though their country had not yet perished, these foreigners could not wait to start humiliating and massacring their subjugated slaves at will. This time, they picked up the wooden warehouse and launched a fierce resistance. They would rather die fighting to protect their country. Fortunately, they won. They did not kill the remaining foreigners. They were different from this group of invaders. They had a conscience and would not take pleasure in killing like that group of people. They would only kill the foreigners if they did not pay them. These people. The lives of these people are in the hands of the foreigners themselves, and the life of China is also in the hands of the Chinese themselves. Here, they encourage everyone to join the army and resist the foreigners together. The following is the address of joining the army: X, place X, province X, please contact Mr. G. Yes, G. Chang's chose the simplest and crudest way to recruit people: advertising. At this time, there had never been any force openly advertising in newspapers, let alone one that was full of innocence. The Chinese felt sorry for their compatriots and lamented with enthusiasm that they had really done something that many people would not dare to do. What foreigners see from the other side is completely different. The whole newspaper wrote, "We are innocent villagers. It was because the foreigners bullied us too much that we had to resist a little. Who knew you were still so shameless? You are clearly the aggressor. If you still dare to come for revenge, then we can only resist hard. As for why we just want to resist but you have lost so many people, please ask yourselves this question. Anyway, either we send money or we kill people. Of course, even if we kill people, you can't accuse us of being cold-blooded and ruthless, because we have said that we intend to imitate a certain country. If you accuse us, you are blaming a certain country. Moreover, we said, don't kill if you give us money. If someone dies in the end, it should be your fault. An army that is not even willing to redeem its own soldiers, yo, there will be people willing to do it for you. Working hard? Who doesn't know that your great empire is very rich? It doesn't matter if you don't know, we will help you promote it, but if you don't give me any money, it shows that you don't care about your soldiers at all. Of course, if you give it, we will get the right way to make money. If you have the ability, come and fight. We dare to detain someone and ask for money once. If you are not afraid of bankruptcy, just come. Shameless bastard. An officer finished reading the newspaper and tore it into pieces in anger. Give him money. I want to see if he has spent his life after taking the money. But now the news outside is very unfavorable to us. The adults have already warned us and asked us to keep a low profile. If we cause public outrage among the Chinese at this time, we will lose a lot. The officer's face was livid with anger, but now that the situation was special, he could only hold back this breath. Okay. I'll bear with it. When this matter is over, I will immediately lead my people to kill these shameless Chinese and the newspaper company that dares to slander the reputation of our empire. I will scrape the flesh off the newspaper owner's body with one knife. He swallowed his anger, gritted his teeth and approved the money and food. On the third day, the Chinese people were still angry. The newspaper owner disappeared. Bullet holes were found in the home where he lived, and there were still blood stains on the floor that had not been wiped dry. At the same time, someone revealed that a certain foreign military officer had promised to go out and cut off the newspaper owner's flesh with a knife. Then the situation at the newspaper owner's house suddenly changed. No matter how you looked at it, it looked like a perfect scene of murder and corpse destruction. The militiamen were enraged and declared the deal invalid. Since the foreigners were unwilling to redeem their soldiers, they would not say yes on the surface and kill them secretly to force them to fall out. Who doesn't know that the newspaper owner is one of theirs? Killing someone at this time? Isn't it just to force them to cancel the deal on their own initiative? If you really want to save people, wouldn't it be better to just send money? Isn't it just that he doesn't want to give up money, and he doesn't want to give up his prestige in the eyes of the soldiers? Shameless foreigners! We've seen through you. When others thought about it, it seemed that this was indeed the case. If a foreigner killed the newspaper owner at this time, wouldn't it be an announcement of his rebellion? For a time, the Chinese were talking a lot, and everyone in the foreign army gradually became in danger. Everyone knows that they are rich, but the higher UPS are not even willing to rescue the prisoners. So what are they going through life and death for? People's minds are impetuous, so there is only one opportunity missing. After Ji Chang's finished taking the telegram, he looked at the non-existent ID of the newspaper owner in his hand and threw it into the brazier. Wang Qi asked him, "Boss, will they find out that these foreigners actually died during the battle? We killed them directly in Wanchi pit, but they never showed up. There are many things that no one in the village knows, how could outsiders know? 1,000 people fight against 5,000 well-equipped foreigners. It's easy to win, but the opponent still has thousands of people as prisoners. What are you dreaming about? If it weren't for the terrain, they wouldn't even be able to kill people on the spot. However, it's not in vain, no, these foreigners can still help if they die. Now that it's better, let's let this group of foreigners who have nothing to do but massacre the village experience what it means to be troubled by external factors and internal troubles." Ji Chang stretched out and ordered, "Announce it, say that all those foreigners were trapped and killed by the angry militiamen, and then send all the medals found before to the gate of the foreign barracks, with it clearly written on them, 'We admire bravery, the soldiers should not have died.' Those ordinary foreign soldiers would probably explode if they were stimulated like this." Sure enough, he still likes digging holes the most. You are listening to Novels at Bless Up channel. Wish you happiness and luck. Please subscribe to receive new novels. How do you feel about this novel? Please like and leave a comment. Everyone knows I'm a good man. Author, Tang Zhongmao. Chapter 243. Just as Ji Chang's thought, the foreigners were indeed making trouble there. After all, foreigners are human beings too. There is no reason to say that their soldiers are just stupid, and they will not be angry even if they are abandoned by the higher UPS. Ji Chang's and the others made such a show of their own to make the foreigners angry, but then a few people suddenly showed up and threw piles of military medals at the door before dawn, fearing that they would see them. I didn't understand, so I wrote the sentence Ji Chang's requested in their country's language. We admire these brave men who did not deserve to die. Shouldn't these 3 words are used very cleverly? The senior manager immediately had a feeling in his heart. Facts have proved that his intuition is still very accurate. The foreign soldiers made a fuss. They go through life and death there, putting their lives behind their heads anytime and anywhere, but the top management is not even willing to spend some money to redeem them. Yes, the murderers were Chinese. But it was our own people who caused the Chinese to take action. At this moment, their hatred and distrust of the higher ups even surpassed their hatred of the Chinese people. The feeling of someone close to you giving up on yourself is different from the feeling of an enemy killing your companions. With external and internal troubles, foreigners could not spare their time for anything else. Ji Chang's naturally started recruiting people smoothly. Instead of immediately expanding the territory after recruiting people, as other forces suspected, a city was built vigorously on the territory that belonged to Ji Chang's. The militia leader who suddenly appeared to be in a cowering posture, contrary to his previous arrogant advance. At the beginning, there were many spies who entered the city under the pretense of joining, but they found that everyone in the city really looked like they were happy to stay here and work on the construction. Construction is going on everywhere, city walls are being built, ditches are being dug, and those who have been recruited are numbered separately, but they are also training. Looking at the posture, it looks like a military academy. But it is true that the overall situation is that I will not offend others unless others offend me. Then, what is surprising is that after the city was established, the militiamen here did not do much and directly named the place Chang'an Military Academy. Military Academy? What are you doing? Isn't this a militia group? Most of today's military academies are officially established, and many students who graduate from military academies can directly enter the local government department to work. A military academy established by a militia? Even if he really recruits students and teaches them, can he still arrange positions for them? Ji Chang said that he is really capable. Chang'an Military Academy directly spread the word, stating that their military academy is only open to patriots. As long as you are a patriotic organization, government, no matter who you are, you can come to their military academy to receive the most orthodox training. Of course, people coming from this kind of organization have to pay. Those who have no money, then I'm sorry. After graduating from our military academy, you will automatically become a mercenary of our military academy. You will not be free until 3 years later. In these 3 years, you can only obey the orders of the military academy. As for where you will go after 3 years, that's your own business. This routine of tricks makes people confused as to what he is going to do. Nowadays, everyone can't wait to seize other people's resources in addition to holding on to their own resources. Only their own soldiers can enter the military academy, and in the future, they can only enter their own camp. Otherwise, why would the military academy spend so much energy training these people? Are you causing trouble for yourself? There is no such person in the world who sacrifices himself to help others. But unfortunately, this militia leader did just that. There is a conspiracy, there is definitely a conspiracy. This group of people had just killed so many foreigners, and they had made the foreigners suffer silently. No one thought they were that stupid. There are no such stupid people in the world. So, they have to figure this out. Therefore, after Ji Chang's military academy opened, many new students entered the school. Naturally, half of these new students are just ordinary people who have no money to pay tuition and come here just to give it a try, while the other half are people sent by major forces. Because the military academy has age requirements, the oldest among this group of freshmen is only 25 years old. Those who were sent were not new recruits. Not only did they have rich experience in combat, but they were also very knowledgeable in espionage. On the surface, they pretended to be just like ordinary freshmen. In fact, from the moment they entered the military academy, they were already thinking about how to find out what the school was up to. Especially the mysterious Principal G. No one has ever seen Principal G, who was once a militia leader and is now the principal of a military academy. Who would pay attention to people in a small village? Everyone only knew that as soon as he showed up, he led the militia to kill the foreigners. No matter how much I check, I can't find out who Principal G is. There are people with the surname G in that small village, but the spies have tried it. No matter how you look at it, these people are just honest farmers. They don't know anything about it. I don't know, how could it be that Principal G? But other than that, there are only a bunch of children left with the surname G in this village. Is it possible for them to tell the superiors that Principal G is probably a child? It would be strange if the higher UPS didn't use their heads as chamber pots. The mysterious principal. They are obviously just ordinary farmers, and even now they look like villagers who are not very good at building wooden warehouses. There is also this grand building built on a favorable terrain. And even though they clearly had the upper hand in front of the foreigners, they did not continue to fight to gain territory. Instead, they stayed in a corner and turned the militia into a military academy. They did the hard work but let others pick the peaches. This is really confusing. Spies are naturally incomprehensible to their superiors. Although these young people in their 20s are still relatively young, each of them has gone through a lot of training and done many arduous tasks before being sent here. They knew very well what their mission was, and they all pretended to be flawless on the surface. They even deliberately hid their clumsiness during the first test of the freshmen. A qualified spy must be neither above nor below, just stuck in the middle. If you use the golden mean well, others will neither fall behind you in everything nor guard against you in everything. The instructor is Ji Chang's. He did not hide his name or his age. He just walked into the class with a smile under the surprised eyes of the freshmen and wrote his name on the blackboard. I am Ji Chang's. From today on, you guys will be in charge of me. I informed you before the freshman test, so let's go to the training ground and start now. The freshmen were astonished. Why would a military school let a kid be their instructor? They were whispering to each other, discussing whether this matter was reliable or not. The spies were also discussing various things together on the surface, but in their hearts they took note of this matter. Ji Chang's had no intention of explaining why a child as young as him could be an instructor. He just led people to the training ground with a matter-of-fact expression. Take out your watch, 10 minutes, run as fast as you can. Start. They were not asked to make preparations, nor were they allowed to cross the line. Even before these people had found a place to stand, the little instructor had already started. Everyone was stunned, and a few young people were the first to react and quickly ran forward. So, a bunch of people came on board in a swarm. A group of people ran out all the way in an instant. Ji Chang's put his hands behind his back and climbed directly onto the parallel bars, sitting on them leisurely and admiring them. Instructor. Wang Qi was sent out to perform a mission, and now following Ji Chang's was a woman who had been rescued from the bandits' den. This person is good at embroidery, loves cooking the most, and is also very good at making clothes. His usual hobbies are painting, reading, and he is also very good at doing accounting. Logically speaking, this is a civil servant suitable to stay in the rear area. But who gave her a cold face? She has a very gentle temperament, but once her face is expressionless, people will think that she is aloof and cold. No one will regard her as a gentle lily, but as a rose with thorns. Ji Chang's really needs such a subordinate who looks like a villain by his side. So he carefully drew a sketch of the clothes, trained the villain girl himself, and then asked Mr. Xuewu to make a set of clothes according to the picture, Xuewuye. When the new students entered the school, this girl it can already be used as a cool vase very well. She is now trained to do everything with a blank face and not say a word to outsiders. Of course, the reason why she didn't speak was not because she wanted to shape her character, but because her voice was too soft and gentle, and even after practicing it many times, Ji Chang simply stopped letting her speak outside. The girl opened her mouth and said in a soft voice, "You come out as an instructor directly without hiding your name. Aren't you afraid that those people will discover your identity? Don't worry, each of these people has 10 exquisite hearts and 9 twisted intestines. If I hide and pretend to be an ordinary child, they might still find out that I am so generous in standing up as an instructor. They will only become less convinced that I am the one behind the scenes." Ji Chang sat on the parallel bars and shook his short legs, with a naughty smile belonging to a child at the corner of his mouth. "Sister Ruan, do you know what kind of things smart people will believe in?" Ruan Yun didn't shake his head. Ji Chang said that shaking his head would make him look less elegant. Although she didn't know why she lost her temperament by shaking her head, she still changed her habit of shaking her head when talking to others. "I don't know." But she knew that although Ji Chang's was usually very stable and reliable, he actually had the temper of a child and liked to hear others praise him, so she praised him seriously. "I'm not as smart as you, how could I know that?" Ji Chang's was indeed very happy to be praised. He looked at the freshman running quickly in front of him and said with a smile, "They will only believe the truth they dug out. If you show it to them, they will only think it is fraudulent. But if you find a false truth, hide it from them, and wait until they find it out after all the hard work, they will be convinced of it." Just like this military academy. Why did Ji Chang's open a military academy? Is it because he has other considerations? Because he has big plans? Because what does he plan to do with this military academy? Neither. He himself didn't even know what he could do by opening a military academy. But as long as he opens this military academy and directly recruits new students, others will not know what kind of medicine he sells in his gourd. Man, don't be afraid of hard things. What they are afraid of is things that they cannot see through, guess through, and understand what is inside. Ji Chang's played tricks on the foreigners, but he didn't hide the matter. Anyone with any brains among the major forces can see that he did it on purpose. So, just after others had impressed upon others the impression that this militia leader was scheming and sophisticated, Ji Chang's did something unexpected like opening a military academy. No one would think that he just did it casually without any purpose. If you are a stupid person and an ordinary person, you may just want to open a military academy. But would a person who makes things difficult for foreigners do a purposeless thing? Who believes it? They will only firmly believe that this Principal G has buried a plan that is so deep that no one can fathom it. And they would never dare to act rashly without fully understanding the plan and understanding what was going on in the military academy. Otherwise, no one knows whether this military academy that everyone can't see through now will bite them out of the blue. Under the blue sky and white clouds, Ji Chang sat on the parallel bars, smiling innocently. "We are going to live a peaceful life for a while. In this world, anyone who has some status is not a fool. It is precisely because he is not stupid that he can seize the opportunity to find a place to breathe." In the past, the militiamen were a piece of fat that everyone wanted to take a bite of. After Ji Chang's tricked the foreigners, the militiamen became very difficult to chew. And after he opened the military academy and did things that people couldn't figure out, this piece of fat meat could turn into poisoned rotten pork anytime and anywhere. No one dared to take a bite for fear of poisoning their mouths. It won't last long. Once others find out that there is nothing here, I'm afraid someone will take action. Ji Chang smiled and said, "Who said we have nothing left here? There are a lot of things." He pointed at the freshman running in front of him. "I won't do money-losing business. After training these people, they will become my power sooner or later." Ruan Yun didn't understand. "Didn't you say you would be free to leave in 3 years? It will take at least 3 years to train them." 3 years. Am I still unable to win their hearts? Opening a military academy was indeed a random move by Ji Chang's. What he wanted was that he himself couldn't even imagine what it could do. He himself couldn't do it, and outsiders certainly couldn't do it either. But, the methods are all thought up by people. Those people thought he had some conspiracy, but he decided to teach these students well. Anyway, no matter whose power they were, they all wanted to attack foreigners, so it was not a loss. Of course, it would be even better if we could instigate a few rebels. Ji Chang's had already imagined the itinerary of this group of students in the next few years in his mind, and the students on the field had only run for less than 5 minutes. Everyone seemed to be running with all their strength. Finally, one person seemed to break away with too much force and fell to the ground. The person behind him immediately stepped forward to help. "Classmate, are you okay?" "It doesn't matter to me, classmate, please leave me alone and run away first." "I'd better help you." "I couldn't run anyway." "Look, your legs are bleeding." The other party supported the fallen student, and the two walked slowly forward. Soon, they fell behind the large army. When there was no one in front or behind, the two of them gritted their teeth and started talking without moving their lips. "How? I just took the opportunity to watch it many times." The child instructor was talking to a woman. The woman looked not simple. I also took a look. She has at least 8 hidden pockets on her body. It looks like there are daggers hidden in her boots. There are also wooden warehouses hanging on her calves. A quick look shows that she has at least 5 or more weapons on her body. Moreover, have you seen her hair? It looks braided, but there must be at least 3 steel needles hidden in it. He is a powerful person, but I don't know if he is also an instructor. What about the child? I looked just now and saw only a pair of woodbins on his waist, and nothing else. Same for me. Just now in the classroom, he looked pretty in front of us, but after we ran away, when he talked to the woman, he looked like a completely normal child. His surname is Ji. I wonder if he is related to the principal of Chang'an Military Academy. Check it slowly, it will take a long time." As the two were talking, they turned slightly sideways and heard the sound of other students running behind them. They immediately opened their mouths. "Okay, classmate, I've almost rested. Let's continue running together." "Okay, then be careful." "Thank you." "It's okay, we are all classmates." These various encrypted conversations were carried out by many people in various strange ways within 10 minutes. Ji Chang's just pretended not to see it and waited for 10 minutes to arrive before blowing the whistle. The little instructor jumped off the parallel bars with a straight face. "It's only been 10 minutes. Look at how out of breath you are. Are you this bad?" Most of the young people who want to come to the military academy to find food are from poor families and have no choice. Naturally, they do not dare to offend Ji Chang's. After being reprimanded by him, they lower their heads in shame and dare not say a word. Most of the spies followed the example of the people around them and lowered their heads. A voice suddenly emerged from the crowd. "Instructor, if you don't like us, go run for 10 minutes and let us take a look." Ji Chang's looked at the person who spoke with a cold face. When the other party saw him looking over, there was an unruly look on his face. "You mean you are not convinced by me?" "Instructor, if you don't want people to disapprove of you, then prove to us that you are worthy of being our instructor." Ji Chang's only took one look and knew that the other party was a spy. This spy brother was not really dissatisfied with him, he just wanted to find out Ji Chang's background through this appearance. To be honest, there is really nothing wrong with brother spy doing this. Even in other military academies, there are a few thorns in the side. Most of them are caused by the commotion when the school first opens. The instructors generally don't care about these young people. They prove themselves with force and beat the opponent until they cry for father and mother. After punishing them for another month or 2, the matter will be considered a thing of the past. This can be regarded as a means used by instructors to establish their authority. When a spy does this, he is sure that there is nothing wrong with him. When a young man in his 20s is in his prime of life, it is normal for him to be dissatisfied with a child instructor. What's more, This child's instructor has made it clear that he is a target introduced by the military academy. He always wants to test the opponent's strength. However, this time he miscalculated. Ji Chang stared at him coldly for a few seconds and suddenly smiled. He always smiles at his age, and when he smiles like this, there is a small dimple on the right cheek, which makes him look a bit innocent and innocent. But the words spoken are not so pleasant. This is a military academy, and I am the instructor. If you are not convinced by me, why are you here? The child's voice was childish and sounded a little sweet, but unfortunately every word he said was full of ruthlessness. What? We, Chang'an, forced you to come? Since you came with money, you still have to act like this. You look down on me. Do you want me to treat you like an uncle? The spy was stunned for a moment. This is not the right reaction. Normally, shouldn't the instructor show off his strength right away? Looking at the little doubting standing in front of him with a sweet smile and a soft voice, he had a bad premonition in his heart. As it turns out, he was right. Ji Chang said with a smile, since this classmate is not convinced, we at Chang'an are not willing to force you. The tuition will be refunded to you. You can keep your school uniform and go back to where you came from. Spy. He was completely confused, but now he had to maintain his unruly persona, and it was impossible for him to take the initiative to plead for mercy, so he could only ride like a tiger. The second spy who came with him. He pretended to be sympathetic and said, Instructor, this classmate is probably not dissatisfied with the instructor. He is still young and is probably just a bit jealous. The instructor should spare him once. Yeah, you're still young. Ji Chang's tone of voice was still gentle, but I'm still young. I'm only 8.5 years old this year. He has a lot of blood, and I have a lot of blood. Someone is coming. Two people standing by Mokakura's training ground immediately came up. Ji Chang's waved his hand, his smile unchanged, invite this classmate out and refund his tuition. If he doesn't want to leave, he will collapse. As soon as these words came out, the scene fell into silence. The spy was also a little confused. Mukang, who was looking at the other party, did not dare to resist. He could only swallow his saliva and was taken away with a stiff face. Did it scare you? I'm really sorry. I'm young and I can't bear the grievance. Ji Chang still spoke briskly and did not look angry at all. Everyone is older than me, so I would like to ask you to tolerate me more on weekdays. Of course, if you feel that I am a person who can't tolerate my words now, students who have spoken, it's not too late to leave now, but I would like to remind you that after today's test, starting tomorrow, I will not refund your tuition fees if you want to leave. Okay, does anyone want to leave now? If so, just come forward. It doesn't matter. I won't be angry. Everyone is a free man. No one moved or spoke. Ji Chang's lowered his eyes and looked at his watch. 3, 2, 1, okay, 3 seconds have passed. If you try to leave next time, I won't refund your money. Okay guys, let's continue the test. The next one is to test your climbing ability. Do you see that over there? Whoever climbs over first wins. Okay, let's start. This time, the students all had the same experience as last time. As soon as he started, a group of people immediately ran over again. Ji Chang's walked up to Ruan Yun, smiled and made a wooden warehouse shape with his hand, pointing at his head. If I were more cruel, I would have just hit him with a wooden warehouse. Sister Ruan, please bring me the wooden warehouse hanging on your calf. Ruan Yun immediately lowered his head, pulled out the wooden warehouse from his calf and handed it to Ji Chang's. This wooden warehouse is very compact. After all, its main purpose is to be easy to carry and make Ruan Yun look very bluffing. Ji Chang's took the wooden warehouse and shook it in his hand for a while. Suddenly he turned around and faced the spy brother who had just taken off his school uniform and put on his own coat. He smiled and pulled the trigger. Boom! The sound of the wooden warehouse echoed throughout the training ground. The students who were climbing were tensed up by the sound, especially the spies, who immediately turned and looked in the direction of Mikura Hibiki. I saw the spy brother who had been announced to have dropped out of school standing stiffly on the spot. On his head, there was a beautiful hole in the hat, and white smoke was slowly coming out of the hole. Ji Chang's collected the wooden warehouse, returned it to Ruan Yun, and whistled at him. "It's a gift for you, you're welcome. No matter how much training you have gone through or how many missions you have done, it is still different to just be close to death." The spy brother was so frightened that his back was covered with cold sweat, and he did not dare to say anything, for fear that he would say another word about this moody person. A child can really kill him with one wooden warehouse, so he quickly turned around and left in a hurry. So today, the first day students enter the school, everyone knows that the unruly character design will not work. That night, half of the students were suddenly woken up from their beds when it was time to turn out the lights. Ji Chang's held a lantern made of glass and looked at the students who had washed up with a smile. "Tonight, we have a special training. You have been divided into two teams. One team is responsible for sneaking into various parts of the school to find the information we have hidden, and the other team is responsible for catching these people. You were chosen as the arresting party. Of course, the arrested party was selected at random. This is also to prevent you from knowing the number of people." He waved his hand, and the two people behind him stepped forward and distributed a cart of school uniforms of different colors to the group of students. The team of students responsible for infiltrating did not give them new school uniforms. They only asked them to dress casually. They might wear daytime uniforms or night clothes, but no matter which one they were, they would not be able to wear them anyway. Wear the new school uniforms now, and you are responsible for catching those who don't wear these uniforms. Seeing this group of students change from being confused to understanding the situation and quickly getting up and changing clothes, Ji Chang said slowly, "From now on, the whistle will sound at dawn and end. By then, if your team has not captured all the people, all of them will be punished tomorrow. Of course, if you catch them all, the group of people who were arrested will be punished tomorrow. This is not just an exercise. I hope you will treat this as a real battle and treat them as real enemies. Don't be so playful and think they are classmates. Once you catch someone, you can chat and chat. Before I say it's over, you are all enemies. The winner will be rewarded. The content of the reward will be kept secret. Let's begin." A group of young people hurriedly put on their boots and ran out like rabbits emerging from the nest. Ji Chang's waited until 3 in the morning, then randomly selected 3 dormitories, called people up, and asked them to search for the information he had hidden throughout the school. Although the plan for this school is a temporary one, as a good principal, Ji Chang's will not treat students harshly. All dormitories are standard 2-person rooms. Even compared with other military schools, the conditions of their Chang'an Military Academy are very good. Of course, a room for 2 means 3 dormitories, 6 people. More than 150 students went to arrest 6 people. If you can't catch this, then you are too incompetent. Before 3 o'clock, a spy had skillfully disguised himself on the bed, carefully opened the door and went out. After 3 o'clock, another spy opened the door and went out. They carefully explored various places, and many of them put on the night clothes they had secretly brought in. As a result, the lights were brightly lit outside. Before he could take a few steps, he was caught red-handed. When he was suddenly swarmed by a group of people, 2 words flashed in the spy's mind: "It's over." After those people caught him, they did not torture him. Instead, they twisted him to the big classroom, tied him up and threw him in the corner. Then, leaving the guards behind, they left without saying a word. Spy. He recognized that the people guarding him seemed to be several students from the daytime. Hope rose in his heart and he spoke cautiously, "Classmates. Shut up. The students immediately looked at him warily. Who allowed you to talk to me? You are not allowed to talk. Spy. Didn't this group of people just enter the school for one day? Why are you working for Chang'an Military Academy now? This unscientific. There are spies who are caught as soon as they come out, and there are also spies who are careful to avoid people and snoop around secretly. After the spy brother walked fearfully and cautiously along the line of life and death, he finally found a locked room. He carefully picked the lock and went in, and then took a closer look at the situation inside the room. Everything seemed to be pretty normal. Everything inside was filled with pianos, and there was a huge piano on the top. Is it possible that this military school also teaches music lessons? He felt strange in his heart, and carefully walked around, but no matter how hard he looked, he couldn't find anything wrong. When he got to the podium, he took 2 steps and looked at the huge piano carefully but found nothing wrong with it. When he was about to go down, he suddenly felt something was wrong. He stopped where he was and stepped on the ground tentatively. Hollow. His eyes were full of joy, and he immediately lay down, took out his dagger, and began to carefully lift the bricks up little by little in the direction of the bricks. The bottom is indeed empty. The spy's face was filled with joy. He quickly put on his gloves and put his hand in. Click. He groaned, suppressing the scream in his heart, and took out his hand to see that there was a mousetrap on it. Spy. Looking further down, I saw many mousetraps underneath and some dead mice on top. It doesn't look like it's for defense. He has rich experience in espionage work, so he naturally knows that the more he hides a secret room in a house, the more he is afraid of mice. With so many mousetraps placed here, there must be something fishy hidden. He endured the pain and took off the mousetrap, but did not dare to turn on the flashlight. He gritted his teeth and used the moonlight to avoid the mousetrap, carefully went around, reached a wooden box inside, and carefully took it out. On the wooden box, there is actually another mechanical lock. He has seen this kind of mechanism. If it is not opened according to the mechanism, the box will destroy the contents on its own. Fortunately, this spy brother is a professional. Jealous article learning is the fastest to publish. He sat cross-legged on the ground, took a deep breath, concentrated, cautiously, and finally opened the box when it was almost done. Then he saw a small box lying inside. Brother spy. He gritted his teeth and continued to explain. Half an hour later, the small box opened. There was a blank piece of paper sitting quietly inside. An old trick. He laughed disdainfully, took out a small bottle specially used for decryption from his pocket, and carefully sprayed water on it. Sure enough, the font slowly appeared on the paper. Before everything was displayed, the door suddenly opened, and a man in night clothes hurriedly hid in. The two looked at each other. The spy brother was a little panicked. The student was relieved. Brother, I'm being hunted. I'll leave the information I just found to you. I'm going out to attract firepower now. You hide, and you must hide it well. Spy brother. One of our own? Why didn't he know this before? Was it some kind of hidden stake? The man didn't have time to say anything. He quickly handed the small bottle he had been holding to the spy, took a deep breath, opened the door and ran out. Sure enough, there was a noise outside soon. Caught. Got him. At this moment, even if he did not know the other party, the spy was moved and tragic in his heart. This brother. I will remember you. You sacrificed for me and the organization. He looked down at the piece of paper he found, and the information on it was completely revealed. I saw a line written on it. Although Instructor Ji Chang's is 8.5 years old this year, he still likes to collect wine. If you want to bribe him, just give him wine. Spy. Spy. What the hell? He opened the small bottle with a confused look on his face and took out the note inside. After spraying the potion as usual, The font was also exposed on it. The cafeteria ant likes young and handsome students very much. As long as you dress yourself more handsomely and have a sweet mouth, she will give you more food with a shake of her hand. Spy. He stared blankly at the two notes, in a daze for a long time without reacting. He went through many difficulties and dangers, even sacrificing a companion, but what happened on the paper that was so tightly hidden was actually this thing. What about kidding? Boom. The door was pushed open from the outside. Many people stood outside. There's another one inside. Quick. Catch him. Ji Chang's got up after a comfortable sleep. After blowing a whistle to announce the end of the mission, he watched the students wearing new school uniforms running over and standing up. Have you caught them all? Returned to the instructor, we caught them all. Ah, very good. Ji Chang's nodded with satisfaction, let's go and see them. He was taken to the classroom where the prisoners were kept. As soon as he opened the door, the little instructor looked into the eyes of the room full of people. Yo-ho! Everyone heard him say with a smile, I sent 6 people to look for information, and you caught 30 or so. Not bad, not bad. Our classmates are very motivated. I didn't send you to be the ones who were arrested. You were very enterprising yourself, and you were arrested with great spirit of sacrifice. You deserve praise. Come on. Everybody clean the toilets for a month. Everyone knows I'm a good man. Author, Tang Zhongmao. Chapter 244. A group of spies who thought their lives would end here were sent to clean the toilet. They were still confused when they arrived at the toilet. They never thought that they could save their lives in this situation. They all breathed a sigh of relief. While thinking about what happened today, they started to wash the toilet seriously. There were more than 30 people in the audience, and probably only the real arrested person assigned by Ji Chang's was in the mood to chat. I specially put on the night clothes issued by the school. I was well hidden, but who knew it would be dawn? You're lucky. At least you were arrested at dawn. I was arrested less than half an hour after I left. Have you found the information? Can you be exempted from punishment if you find the information? I heard that the information is very well hidden. If you really find the information, there can always be some reward, right? A student replied wearily, I found it and asked the instructor. The instructor said that the material itself is a reward and a good thing for us to circulate in the school. He also said that if he hadn't put these secrets in the material, absolutely no one can know. The students who couldn't find the information were all curious. Some of the spies who searched around and couldn't find it also had their eyes lit up. They quickly pretended to be I'm curious too and leaned over to ask, what's written on the information? Can you show us? Yeah, can you show it to us? The spy who had found the 2 documents laughed inwardly when he saw them like this. Haha, so naive. The student was not stingy either. He weakly took out a piece of paper from his pocket and spread it out, you can read it yourself. The spies tried hard to hide their excitement and looked over carefully. I saw this piece of paper written in fair and neat handwriting, there are many secrets hidden in the school, such as the orange cat that is always basking in the sun under the big tree. If you look closely, you can see that it is wearing a collar around its neck. Yes, it is not a stray cat, but a domestic cat raised by the cafeteria ant. Also, if you please this cat, you can also please the cafeteria ant. Spies. This thing is information? The real students accepted it well. After all, in their eyes, this was just a training. How could it be possible to hide real things? It is normal to give this kind of information. Hey, let's wash the toilet. It's so shameful that I have to wash the toilet on my second day here. Spies. No matter how embarrassing it is, can they be embarrassed as much as they are? They had all received formal training. They thought it was just a small task like exploring a newly opened military academy, but they didn't expect that they would overturn on the second day after arriving. The key is, I overturned my car and I haven't been punished yet. The people behind this school are definitely not that stupid if they can trick foreigners. Isn't this a mission just to catch spies like them? But now that they are caught, why do they act like nothing happened? Shouldn't something be done? They were puzzled, but they didn't believe that the school let them go just because they simply didn't see their true identities. How can it be? It's all exposed like this. Not to mention the master behind the military academy, even an ordinary person can tell that something is wrong with their status. If something is fishy, there must be a conspiracy. The spies were cleaning the toilet in silence, but in their hearts they were weighing all the people they had seen since arriving at the military academy. Analyze one by one and create files in your mind one by one. Most of their purposes for coming are the same. In addition to figuring out why the militia suddenly established a military academy, there is also the need to find out the leader behind the militia, the person who only knows his surname G. Since he founded the military academy, anyone they meet there could be him. Everyone immediately ruled out Ji Chang's. If he had really acted like a normal kid, they wouldn't have sent him out so quickly. But he is an instructor, and he showed his skills on the playground yesterday. So flamboyant, so grand. How could it be the person behind the far-reaching plan? The woman next to him, on the other hand, looked very suspicious. She didn't look like someone to be trifled with at first glance. Ji Chang's kept talking to her. Every time before making a decision, he would talk to the woman first. And look at that hidden weapon. Look at that cold look. Who stipulates that the person behind the scenes cannot be a woman? And maybe a man disguised as a woman. Or maybe it's the cafeteria lady. Why does an ordinary cafeteria lady frequently appear in the materials given by the school and ask them to please her? Why do you want to please a cafeteria lady? There is only one reason, and that is that the cafeteria ant has a high status. Unexpectedly, after initially locking the target, both targets were actually women. It's true that women are not inferior to men. The spies were thinking wildly in their hearts, making various plans on how to find out whether the two Mr. G they currently thought of were the real people behind it. So, the next day, luckily for Ruan Yun, who rarely showed up for sex, the cafeteria ant who had to interact with students 3 times a day almost didn't get stared at. This cafeteria ant is not from the village, but she heard that this place was recruiting people when she was recruiting people before, so she came to ask for help with the mentality of giving it a try. The recruiter didn't want her because she was a woman. He asked her about her specialties and heard that she was good at cooking, so he asked her to try it out in the kitchen. She was shocked when she tried it. Even after asking her about her financial background, there was no problem. Later, she was assigned the position of cafeteria ant. When the city was first built, it was Ji Chang's who drew the map. On the map, it looked like the city was made up of circles. The outermost circle is the protective circle, which is full of militiamen who carry the wooden warehouse to defend the city 24 hours a day. The circle further inside is the military academy. Further inside are the residences of those who were later recruited. Further inside, there are Ji Chang's and others from his own village. Before ensuring that he has sufficient abilities, Ji Chang's will not allow any situation that may reveal his information. Fortunately, the people in the village are very cooperative. Anyway, they used to live in the village and they live in the village now. They had all experienced the incident involving foreigners, and their children were still under Ji Chang's control. Even if they went out, their mouths would be kept tightly shut. He manages his own people very strictly, and Ji Chang's doesn't care so much about whether he is strict with his words or not. Anyway, if you don't keep your mouth tight, it can still help him. But the cafeteria lady kept her mouth tightly shut. Even though she cooks in the military school cafeteria all day long, she still has a background. Her grandfather was the royal cook in the palace. Later, the emperor disappeared, and the eunuchs and maids in the palace fled in all directions. Her grandfather was frightened at that time and wanted to teach her father his skills when he came back. However, her father went on business and didn't come back for a long time. The old man was afraid that people would die before he could teach it to others, so he broke the rules and passed it on to his only granddaughter at home, telling her to teach her father when he comes back. Who knows, her father and her brother died outside, and they can't come back, and they can't study. She waited until she was older before her fiancé, who was studying abroad, came back. After marrying him, within half a year, the man raised a baby outside. Later, when her parents-in-law passed away, the newspapers made a fuss about free marriage, free love, and the fight against feudal marriage. The man found such an excuse and immediately wanted to divorce her. She didn't even return her dowry or anything else. Since her family members were dead and her own parents were gone, and no one could control her, the man just kicked her out of the house. You can imagine how difficult it is for a woman to live alone in such troubled times. She could only earn money by making banquets for neighbors at their weddings. Later, there was a war and everyone fled for their lives. She also ran away and became a refugee for more than a year. She heard that a militia was recruiting people, both men and women. It's coming. Such a tragic experience turned a person in her 30s into an ant. Ji Chang's quite liked her. In addition to the delicious food she cooks, it is also because although the cafeteria lady looks like an ordinary peasant woman on the outside, she is actually very transparent in her heart. After her divorce, she started to learn to read. She started learning from the simplest ones, and if she couldn't master it, she would write it on the sand over and over again. By the time she was handed over to Ji Chang's, she could already read a 1,000-character essay. The ant in the cafeteria doesn't care about what she wants to learn. As long as it's new and something she has never learned before, she is willing to learn it. Ji Chang's has been learning foreign language recently and found a newly recruited person who can speak foreign language to teach him. The ant also follows suit. He quickly finished cooking, put it in the pot to warm, then moved the bench to sit almost 2 meters away from the two of them, wiped his hands on his apron, and listened carefully to what they learned one by one. Then, she is also open to new ideas. But she only accepts what she thinks is right. For example, the new idea introduced by foreigners is that women can also work, even if they remain unmarried and serve God as nuns for the rest of their lives. This is recognized by others. She agreed with these concepts, but she didn't think she had to be a nun to avoid getting married. Wouldn't that be the same as the nuns here? In Ji Chang's opinion, the age of the cafeteria ant is not very old. He thinks that as long as a person does not encounter unexpected situations, it is possible to live to be 60 or 70 years old. A person who has a lifespan of 60 or 70 years has only lived 30 years. Where is the big one? But I have to say that the way she talks has moved closer to Auntie. She often criticized her unscrupulous husband, saying that he was fearful of maggots in his brain and that he was disgusting and eaten up. It's okay if he doesn't look down on me. He has high standards, but he chose the one raised outside. I could tell at just one glance that he was not a kind person. Looking at his clothes, I couldn't tell where he was. What he can afford is the ring he wears on his hand. Well, I saw it in a jewelry store. It's just such a small one and it can take away half of that brainless person's net worth. He thought he was supporting someone else. Just wait and see, there is someone else behind the family. He married someone back and just waited for the incident to come out. People would laugh at him for supporting someone else's wife and children. The cafeteria ant told many people this. She told it to the students who came to her to ask what to eat for dinner, to Ji Chang's who was slowly doing Tai Chi in the yard, and to Ruan Yun who was leaning against the parallel bars with a cold face and was actually in a daze. She said that sometimes when she really couldn't catch anyone, she would go to the militiamen who were standing guard to tell them. The only thing is that she never told her ex-husband. According to her words, he is in the first year of junior high school and I am in the 15th year. Even if I had noticed it a long time ago, I would not tell him with a kind heart. Just be proud of him when he drove me away. I will wait and see his fate. She may have the talent to be an ant. She said these few words back and forth many times. Ji Chang's was really tired of hearing them, so he encouraged the ant, "It's useless for you to tell us like this. Waiting and hoping for your ex-husband's retribution, why should I wait and hope for it? We can just send him on his way." The cafeteria ant felt that this was very reasonable. So, in addition to cooking, embroidering, and diligently turning over the quilts that the students had dried, she had one more thing to do, which was to go to the playground and learn to build a wooden barn. Ji Chang's liked her cooking very much. Of course, he mainly liked some of her comments and views. He felt that she could bring some good influence to the female soldiers under his supervision, so he did not limit her bullets. When the students are in class, the students on the side of the window can look out and see that on the playground, the cafeteria ant who has not yet taken off her apron is aiming at the target, one wooden warehouse at a time, and another wooden warehouse at another time. The bullets were thrown away as if they were free, and they almost never hit. Next to them, their stingy instructors who scolded these freshmen for a long time every time they hit the wooden warehouse, for a long time if they hit even a little bit off the mark, wasting money and wasting bullets, was actually generous at the moment. He stood nearby and applauded for a while. This is not like Ji Chang's. Although this young instructor has a well-crafted and cute appearance, he is completely indifferent in his work. When they were eating in the canteen, they stared at them with a bowl in hand. No one was allowed to have any leftovers, and anyone with leftovers would go hungry for 3 days. Those who came from truly poor families accepted it well and licked every plate cleaner than their faces, but some spies felt uncomfortable. They are not short of money, and they usually eat and drink well. It is good if they are willing to eat these rough grains, and there should be no leftovers. When taking a shower, since they are all men, Ji Chang's, who is also a man, made a rule to finish taking a shower within 6 minutes. Once the 6 minutes is up, turn off the water immediately. It doesn't matter if you haven't rinsed off the bubbles on your body. Have you just finished taking off your clothes and want to take a shower? Wash away in the moat outside the city, but the moat is not for your kid to take a bath. You can take a bath, but you have to catch 2 fish and bring them back for bathing fees. The most outrageous thing is that Ji Chang's usual training is quite formal, but he always starts a small game for the big guys. Of course, he said the word himself. What Ji Chang's thinks of Kaixiaozao is that after class, everyone goes to suppress the bandits together, which not only trains the students' ability to fight, but also allows them to fight against the gangsters. Oh no, it is to help the surrounding residents to suppress the bandits. So, after taking the backbreaking class, they had to work hard to suppress the bandits. When the bandits were eliminated, they had to work as migrant workers to carry the loot. After all the trophies were placed in the warehouse, Ji Chang's took out a super lock, locked the door, and announced that everyone could take a 6-minute battle bath and then go to bed. Of course, he is very considerate. So he kindly said that there are no guards in the school at night. If you want to explore the campus, you can find your own time in the evening. Spies. Where can I find time? When you get up at 6 o'clock in the morning, you have to wash up quickly and go to eat. You have to go and eat. You have to count the meals. Anyone who is missing will be found immediately. Regardless of whether you can give a valid reason or not, in the morning for the next 7 days, you'll be standing by handing out eggs while everyone eats breakfast. After breakfast, take cultural classes. After the cultural class, I went to the training ground for a practical class. After a busy morning, I went to have lunch. After lunch, during the lunch break, rows of militiamen stood at the door of each floor holding mukang, watching you sleep. When the lunch break is over, it's cultural class again. Then practical lessons. Finally, at 7 o'clock in the afternoon, all today's classes ended. Ji Chang's announced, there will be evening self-study. Do you think that evening self-study is for you to read in the classroom at night? That's right, Ji Chang's evening self-study was when a group of people went to various places to suppress bandits and hunt. Sometimes they also went to town part-time to dance the lion dance. By the time the evening self-study was over, it was at least 11 o'clock in the evening. Everyone was as tired as a dog. After going back to wash up and rinse, they fell into bed. Go out to explore the internal environment of the school. See if there is anything fishy about this school. I'm so tired that I can't even move my legs, I can't even get up, so what's the use of probing? They were watched so hard during the day that they couldn't spare any time, but no one was watching them at night. The problem was that they couldn't go there at all. Even if he managed to get up, walking would be a problem, let alone climbing a wall. The spies were speechless and choked with tears. They can understand things like suppressing bandits. But what the hell is a lion dance? Do you know how tiring it is to jump around and jump on pillars while wearing a lion skin? Seeing those normal students extremely happy because of the cheers and cheers from the audience outside, they just wanted to shake these people awake. Wake up! This is a military academy. You should learn how to build a wooden warehouse, assassinate, and various detection methods. Although these schools also teach it. But what the hell is a lion dance? Ji Chang's reason is very valid. In such troubled times, learning one more skill will help you to be prepared. When necessary, you can still make a living by dancing the lion dance. Spies. Normal students agree with this. They come to the military academy because they have no skills. Lion dance can be considered a craft after all. From this point of view, the instructor is really good, and he starts to think about their future livelihood so quickly. Spies. They wanted to shake the shoulders of these students and roar again. Wake up! Figure it out, he's getting paid. We danced, and he asked people who held temple fairs to collect money. However, the simple and poor people did not realize how the thousands of grass and mud horses galloping through the minds of the spies. They still happily learned the lion dance, singing, face-changing, reaching down from the frying pan to condense water into ice, and all these acrobatic skills. The students were happy because they learned new skills. Ji Chang's is also very happy, because since he divided this area into his own territory, because they have always been Buddhist and never fight wars, they only fight bandits, the temple fairs at the bottom of the mountain are becoming more and more frequent. Therefore, every time he took the students to the temple fair, he could make a fortune. What can he do? There are only so many bandits, just beat them and they will disappear. Bandits, go to hell. He has raised so many militiamen and so many students. The students have both cultural classes and practical classes every day. After sweating so much, I must eat something good. With so many mouths open, even if he has a fortune, he can't help but eat in this way. Fortunately, these students were obedient and easy to fool. Ji Chang's made money with them several times, and he finally discovered the correct way to use them. As for what the spies who saw through what he was doing thought, he didn't care. Anyway, they want to be consistent with those simple students. Even if they are so aggrieved that they vomit blood, they cannot say it out loud. After discovering that these students could make money, Ji Chang suddenly felt that running a military academy was the most correct thing he had ever done. The sight of those spies became much gentler. This is not a spy. This is obviously a golden hen that can lay eggs. Most of these spies paid to go to school, and they didn't spend a penny of his money. They made a lot of money in return. What kind people could do this? Ji Chang's immediately discovered the various uses of spy students. He led everyone to dig holes in the playground. Divide into groups, and whoever digs the pit the fastest and deepest is the winner. The one who wins can go to a secret room in the school. Ordinary students have little interest in whether the secret room is a secret room or not. They come to school to make a living and have absolutely no interest in what is in the school's secret room. But the spy students are different. Secret room. How could they not go to such a place? As a result, the ordinary students did what they could, while the spies competed one by one and wanted to transform into masters at digging holes. Each one was better at digging than the other, and in the end, their hands were almost like after images. The whistle sounded and everyone stopped immediately. Ji Chang's observed these pits. Big and deep. Not bad, all very good. He was very satisfied, selected a winner and gave him a golden key. You go to the second floor. There is a basement on the first floor. This is the key. The winner is, of course, the spy. His excited eyes were filled with joy. After working so hard for so long, working so hard like a cow and a horse for so long, I can finally see something real. He took the golden key, couldn't wait to take 3 steps at a time, and ran forward quickly. The remaining spies looked at his back with reluctance and envy. Why aren't they the winners? Okay, let's go to the river to continue the competition. The remaining spies immediately became energetic and looked at Ji Chang's in surprise. Ji Chang's answered in the affirmative, yes, the winner of this game can still visit the secret room. Of course, because it is the second game, the secret room this time will be smaller. Don't be afraid if you are small. As long as you can see it. Ji Chang's continued, those who are tired just now can choose to rest in the next game. It doesn't matter. We are just having fun. It doesn't matter whether we win or not. It doesn't matter to you, it doesn't matter to us. The spies were so determined that they would not give up this opportunity even if they were killed. Normal ordinary students do have a lot of them. Even though it was just digging holes, it was still very tiring after a long time. They were not very interested in the secret room, so they simply quit and rested. It was rare that the instructor allowed them to rest. None of the spies rested. They followed Ji Chang's to the river with high spirits. After being divided into areas, they looked at the area in front of them with determination in their eyes. We must win this time. As a whistle sounded, everyone started digging hard again. Ji Chang's walked around for a few times and persuaded, if you feel tired, you can rest in the middle. Don't force it. The more he behaved like this, the more the spies gritted their teeth and refused to give up, using all their strength to dig with shovels. Because they are in groups, when someone from the same team withdraws, they can only work harder. The students who quit are still trying to persuade, classmate, why don't you forget it? I see you are sweating from exhaustion. Count it as a ghost. You know shit. The spy cursed in his heart, but tried to force a smile on his face. No, that's just me. I have to do my best when I do things, otherwise I won't feel well all over. So that's it, you're so awesome. The student looked at the spy with admiration. When he saw that there were so many people on the scene, their tired hands were shaking and they were still holding on, and he sighed. There are many people who are as persistent as this classmate. It's really worth learning. The spies were all digging hard. Ji Chang saw that they were almost done digging and whistled. Several people immediately collapsed on the ground, gasping for air. Okay, the winner has been judged, and I will give you the silver key. For the remaining people, there is still a third round. If you want to participate, follow me. The ordinary students who had withdrawn long ago were still hesitating whether to go or not. They saw that these classmates, whose legs were limp and sweating profusely just now, actually climbed up with difficulty and followed Ji Chang's. They were extremely shocked. Classmate, this is the case, why are you still going? Go, of course I want to go. Just, don't admit defeat. As soon as this feeble but still admirable answer came out, the ordinary student who originally just wanted to take a rest was inspired and immediately said, then I will go too, I want to learn from you. I just made a random excuse and didn't expect to find myself a spy who was a strong competitor. Deadly. Ji Chang said that he would definitely not kill them, but he could still take away half of their lives. A total of 6 rounds took place in 5 hours. Finally, after he announced that today's game was over, almost all the students who had just participated collapsed on the ground and gasped for air. Ji Chang stood in front of the big hole they had just dug, applauding and praising. I didn't expect you to be so perseverant. I'm impressed by you. Well, for the sake of everyone's perseverance, I'll reward you with a hot spring bath today. Even though they were extremely tired, many students still cheered when they heard the hot spring. Some spies were stunned. Before they came, they naturally memorized all the surrounding information. There were no hot springs within a radius of 18 kilometers. Someone carefully asked, Instructor, where should we go to the hot springs? It's right at school. Ji Chang's was sitting upright in his exclusive chair. Our school is famous for its good treatment. Considering that this is a military school, you have to conduct a lot of practical exercises every day, and your body is sore and uncomfortable every day. We specially dug the hot springs are provided for all students in the school to take a bath to relieve their fatigue after practicing. The students were extremely surprised. Instructor. Really? Spies, I don't believe it. Ji Chang's is so stingy, how can he really dig a hot spring for them? And can the hot spring be dug out if he wants to? Instructor, is the hot spring ready? Ji Chang's, well, it's almost done. Haha, listen to your nonsense. A spy immediately asked, then, Instructor, where is it? Ji Chang's looked at the spy. He is really miserable. After 6 rounds, he worked the hardest, but couldn't get the key to the secret room every time. Now he was lying at the bottom of the pit with his whole body in a big shape, looking like he was almost on the verge of reaching heaven. Ji Chang's jumped down from the pit lightly, squatted down next to him, and picked up the shovel next to him under the gaze of the other person who was slightly timid as he approached. Dig hard next to the spy. Ouch. Hot, hot, hot. The spy jumped up like a rabbit, clutching his waist and shouting frantically. Ji Chang's pointed to his boots. Now you know why I asked you to make boots together in the self-study last night, right? Don't doubt the instructor is doing it for your own good. Look, now that everyone puts on the boots, aren't you afraid of getting burned? He turned around and climbed up quickly. The hot spring is in the hole that you were asked to dig just now. The instructor was very kind to you, and even left this hot spring for you to dig, so that when the new students enter the school, you can take them to dig the hot springs, and then proudly say to them, look, this is the hot spring that I dug with my own hands. This spy. Other spies. Ji Chang's kindly reminded them at the bottom of the pit, come up quickly, otherwise you will be drowned soon. A group of people dragged their sore legs and climbed up with difficulty. Because the ordinary students did not put in much effort and were extremely excited to see the hot springs for the first time, their focus was not on the instructor asking them to dig the hot springs themselves, but on excitedly chattering around the little instructor. Instructor, how did you know there is a hot spring here? Yeah, it looks pretty ordinary when it's not dug up. Can we really come to the hot springs every day in the future? Ji Chang's raised his hand to ask them all to calm down, and then nodded slowly, yes, this hot spring is a benefit given to you by the school. You can come and soak in it whenever you want. Don't be too happy, and train well. Study hard, otherwise it would be a waste to give you hot springs. Ordinary students who had never seen the world started talking for a while. Thank you, Instructor. We will train well. We will live up to the hot springs given to us by the school. Spies. A hot spring dug out by one's own hands, does it look like the school moved it to you? Just when they were wondering why these students were so stupid, they suddenly recalled that they were studying the history of a certain country these days. The teacher who gave the lecture mentioned many times that people in a certain country like to soak in hot springs because hot springs can delay aging and relieve fatigue. Taking a few more baths can make you feel better. Anyway, I talked about all the real and fake benefits of soaking in hot springs. They just learned that hot springs are good, and in the blink of an eye, the school gave them a hot spring. Their reaction seems to be normal. After thinking clearly, the spies said, "Damn, I was tricked." The fruits of so many people's hard work for so long were just picked by Ji Changs with confidence. For the first time, everyone thought about the previous 5 rounds. They didn't believe that the instructor just pointed at random places for the first 5 rounds. Sure enough, that night, Ji Changs announced that they had successfully diverted water into the fields. Under his wise leadership, the students not only developed their practical abilities, but also dug a long water channel for the fields, which will be much more convenient for watering the fields in the future. Spies. It always feels like they have been sold and given the money. Then, the spies from the secret room returned. Their eyes flashed with excitement. Secretly tell the spy who came with him. Drawings. There are all kinds of drawings inside. Weapons, there are weapons in there. A lot of money, it's all money. Unfortunately, there were too many drawings, and they couldn't take them away. They could only look at them in general. Only professionals and spies with high IQs and photographic memories could memorize complex drawings, and it was impossible for such a powerful spy to be memorized. Sent to a small force like Ji Chang's who had just emerged. Not to mention weapons, they definitely can't be taken away. Money is more. So, they could only endure the itching in their hearts while trying to send a message to the outside to tell their master that there was indeed something inside this school. The secret rooms were built very secretly. If it weren't for the key, they wouldn't be able to get in. According to speculation, they saw the secret rooms are definitely only a small part, there must be even more powerful secret rooms in the school. But fortunately, this school doesn't mind students visiting. As long as they complete the task, they can enter the secret room. The next development path suddenly became clear. Complete the task, get the key, and enter the secret room. That night, Ji Changs took his army of children and secretly transported everything from several secret rooms. Oh, this is his entire family fortune. How could it be placed in a place that has already been exposed? No, he had to dig a few more secret passages and build a maze inside. Then his destination was the secret room, and he had to dig another secret room under the secret room to hide. Hey, there is a huge shortage of people in construction here. Fortunately, there are such a group of fools at his disposal. They are not his people anyway, so he doesn't feel bad about them no matter how he handles them. He didn't know if these idiots would follow his wishes and take the initiative to expand the canteen. The canteen was too small and he had long disliked it, but expansion required money and people, so where could he find people? At the same time, the spies who had witnessed how horrifying the small part of things casually exposed in the military academy were trying to guess who was behind it. First, exclude the little instructor Ji Changs. Definitely not him. Who could it be? Is she really the cafeteria ant? Ji Changs also said today that the cafeteria ant felt that the cafeteria was a little too small and wanted to expand it but did not have time. How about they use their little rest time to expand it for her and get information on it? Good idea, let's do it. Everyone knows I'm a good man. Author, HandsomeMaleLead. Chapter 245. As Ji Changs wished, the new canteen that he wanted, no, the canteen ant wanted, was quickly built with great fanfare. When everyone first started working, the discipline instructor walked over and scolded him with his hands behind his back in a decent manner. "What are you doing? What are you doing? Who asked you to bring these bricks in? Tell the instructor, we are helping to build the canteen." "Build a canteen? What kind of canteen? The school never said it would build a canteen." Ji Chang's looked cold and ruthless. Although he was young, he still had the temperament of a senior officer. "Tell me, who told you to do this?" "Spies. No one asked them to do this, mainly because they wanted to please the cafeteria ant." Early in the morning, the 8 immortals crossed the sea and showed their talents, connecting bricks with bricks, drawing drawings, and trying to figure out the cafeteria by building a cafeteria. Auntie's details. Building a large canteen is not something that can be done in a short period of time. After such a long time, I don't believe that they can't find out anything. The report is that we saw that the cafeteria was a bit small, so we decided to build a big cafeteria on our own. Ah. Ji Chang's had a look of disapproval on his face and looked at the spy students in front of him with disgust. "Did the school approve it? Did I approve it? You came here to go to school, what are you doing with all this mess? Huh? What are you doing? Who pays you this money, who does the work for you?" The spies were criticized, but they still moved forward bravely. Report. "We spend our own money and work on our own." "Okay, you guys are pretty good." The little instructor seemed to be so angry at this that he laughed and pointed at a few people. "Okay, you spend your own money and work on your own. I won't interfere. I'll see what you can build." He turned around and left. Therefore, people have bad natures. Originally, it was just a normal thing. They all set up the canteen to achieve the purpose of inquiring, but they had no other ideas. As a result, Ji Chang's expressed his disapproval and made them more sarcastic, which only made them more motivated. Of course, it may be that Ji Chang's has tricked them so many times that everyone has a subconscious understanding. Anything he agrees to is not a good thing, and anything he disagrees with is a good thing. The construction of the canteen began with great fanfare. Because the instructor made it clear from the beginning that he didn't like them making their own decisions, and even suspected that they punished the group of people who built the cafeteria to clean the toilets because of this matter. Except for these spies with ulterior motives, no other students dared to touch this matter. Go to class and go to school honestly. There are only spies who have other agendas. They run around the canteen very diligently all day long, contributing money and effort. They are not short of money. Spies all want to lurk everywhere, and their skills alone are useless. In this world, where can you go without money? As spies, they need to inquire and keep a lot of things sealed, and naturally they have a lot of money. It may not be enough for a single person to build a canteen, but with so many spies together, not to mention one canteen, 8 can be no problem. Ji Chang stepped on the stool and stood by the window, holding a telescope in his hand and looking at the vigorous construction of the canteen below, with various exclamations in his mouth that never stopped. Mr. Xuewu, who was wearing glasses and reading the newspaper seriously, was unbearable by his surprise. He took the newspaper away and looked over angrily. "What are you doing? I see these spies." Ji Chang's was not only happy to see it, but also turned around and called Mr. Xuewu, "Fifth Master, come and take a look. They are really doing it in a decent way. If you want me, I will definitely not do it like this. You look, so much glass has been shipped in, I don't want to buy glass, it's too expensive." Mr. Xuewu expressed that he was not interested. They built their own. If you want to see it, just go down and see it. How can this be done? I'm a cold-blooded instructor who doesn't agree with them to build the cafeteria. Wouldn't my secret be revealed if I go down there? Then you go to your office and read it. I'm going to read a newspaper here. Are you going to let that person go clean? Ji Chang's continued to look intently with the telescope, and replied, "Isn't this something I want to do with you? I won't tell you where to tell it in your office. Tisk, 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 it's really good. Look at this big flower pillar, it must cost a lot of money." Finally, having seen enough, he was finally willing to walk away from the window, lay down on the sofa comfortably, and sighed, "You said that all of them who are spies are richer than me." Mr. Xuewu read the newspaper seriously and ignored him. "Fifth Master, please pay attention to me. I find that your temper has improved a lot now. You tend to ignore me when I talk to you." Mr. Xuewu had no choice but to look up at this shameless student. "I want to talk to you too, but haven't you said the same things over the past few days? Spies are rich, spies are rich, spies are still rich. Apart from these, have you ever said anything else? Isn't it true that they have money?" Ji Chang's was not ashamed but proud. He crossed his legs and said, "As a poor man, when I see rich people, I want to see more of them. Isn't this human nature? Fifth Master, to be serious, do you think it's like them? Should we repay such kind people?" Mr. Xuewu was puzzled. "Good intention. Is not that right? You see, I am short of people and money here, so they sent me so many workers. Not only do these workers work hard, but they also carry a lot of money with them. They don't need anyone to supervise or urge them. Tisk, tisk tisk, 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 if it weren't for the kindness of such a talent, who could have sent it to me? Mr. Xuewu, is this what you think? Of course, it's typical of me to use their people and spend their money to build my home. It's a bargain, it's a bargain. Oh, by the way, Fifth Master, I came here to tell you that I think we should dig another basement and use it as a training ground. Then we can practice on top and on the bottom as well. I won't delay the two, right? Mr. Xuewu. But I'm not responsible for this kind of work. It doesn't matter, you just need to go out and walk around a few more times, and then give me a few more orders. Those spies will definitely want to come to you to show their courtesy. When the time comes, just say you want a basement. They will definitely come, especially digging of the heart." Mr. Xuewu understood. He pointed at Ji Chang's and shook his head with a smile. You are so wrong to be born in such a world. If you were born in ancient times, you would definitely be a traitor. How good at exploiting people. Look at what you said, we call each one what he needs. They want to contribute, we need others to contribute, they contribute to us, we are happy, they are also happy. Isn't this happy for everyone? No matter what you say, you are right. I won't argue with you." Ji Chang's chuckled, but at this moment he showed some naughtiness of a child, and ran out with a bound. He is very busy. He has to look after these students, train his own soldiers, and be responsible for literacy and teaching skills to those who come to join him. What Mr. Xuewu said was only half right. He did want to be born in a peaceful and prosperous age, but not to be born there to be a traitor, but to live a comfortable life. If you can live a good life without worrying about anything, who would want to have your brain running at high speed all day long? If the world is so chaotic that he can't live peacefully, he will step in and put an end to the chaos. When the time comes, he can do whatever he wants. Ji Chang's jumped to his office. When passing by the group of spies who were working hard, the nose was not the nose or the eyes. Move bricks, you know how to move bricks every day, we are a school, if you like to move bricks, why don't you go out and move them? Laugh. He sneered, turned and left. The spies now feel that the less he wants them to do this, the more energetic they will do it. If there is no secret, why not let them get close to the cafeteria and... It's not because I'm afraid they'll reveal something. Children are children after all. No matter how presentable they are on weekdays, when things are about to be exposed, their flaws will still be exposed. Thinking about it, they worked even harder. Ji Chang's turned his head and saw this scene, not to mention how relieved he was. Hey, how about stupid people being lucky? Look at these stupid spies. If they weren't too stupid, he wouldn't have killed them all now and just kept them to work for himself. Back in the office, Ji Chang's opened the drawer and took out a map. This is just an ordinary school map with the names of various locations marked. If you look closely, it seems normal. Aren't they just the various buildings in the school? What teaching buildings, training grounds, canteens, dormitories, and so on. But in Ji Chang's eyes, these buildings with their sizes marked on them are all the various forces currently active in China. These forces are large and small, good and bad, some are oriented towards a certain country, some hate a certain country, some are capable of fighting, and some are just looking at the superficial appearance. They are scattered all over China and are fighting fiercely. Ji Chang's had no intention of joining this battle. When there is fighting, there are sacrifices. Maybe he is really young and he doesn't want the people around him to sacrifice. Even if only one person is sacrificed, it seems the same to him. Moreover, aren't there some pretty good ones among these major forces? His hand fell on a building and touched it gently. For example, this organization. Ji Chang's hid in his office and figured out a lot of things. After finally thinking about the next development route, he directly opened the secret door of the office and went in. He followed the secret door to another utility room, and then walked from that one. He pulled a penis from the ceiling of the utility room and climbed in by himself. When he first built the teaching building, he designed no fewer than 20 secret rooms and passages, and there were also many hidden underground. This teaching building looks normal on the outside, and it looks normal when you sit inside the classroom. However, if someone measures the entire length of the teaching building and then the combined length of all the classrooms on the first floor, they will find that 10 meters have disappeared. Hidden within these 10 meters are naturally Ji Chang's treasures. After he climbed up, he faced a room full of parts, his eyes gleaming with excitement, and he rubbed his hands together eagerly as he started to assemble them. Yes, Ji Chang's prefers to study weapons by himself instead of fighting or digging holes. I don't know why, but he is quite talented in this. Even if he has never seen it, he can make weapons by himself just by imagining them, and he can also improve and develop them. Ji Chang's will be very satisfied every time he develops something new. This might be a genius game. The 8.5-year-old instructor sat in the classroom, patting this and that with satisfaction, thinking about how he would sell these and convert them into resources. As the saying goes, one thing doesn't bother two people. Ji Chang's held apart as long as his arm, thinking about the spies who were diligently building the playground, and showed a friendly smile. The spies had no idea and just built the canteen seriously. They definitely worked hard on this canteen. Not only did they pay a lot of money, but everyone worked very hard to ensure that the canteen was built to be eye-catching. The cafeteria aunt was indeed very happy. She looked at these spies as if she were her own children. The way she treats her favorite children, apart from making more meals with shaking hands, is to take them and reminisce about the past. Back then, I was a young lady who never left the house. I spent all day doing embroidery and catching butterflies at home. There was also a swing in my yard. At that time, I was followed by two girls. Tell me what you want to eat. They went to the kitchen to get it for me. Who would have thought that the palace would disappear all of a sudden? My grandfather would die, my father would die, my brother would die too, and I would be a white-eyed wolf when I got married. The second room in Bianlang's house, there are people behind it, let me tell you. Spies. Whose boss is like this behind the scenes? Just when they were confused, Mr. Xuewu appeared. Mr. Xuewu, who was born with a clean face and no beard, wore a pair of cropped trousers under a white sweater, glasses with gold rims, a foreign pen in his pocket, and leather shoes under his feet. Customized goods. To sum it up in one sentence, he looks like a big shot. Especially the instructor Ji Chang's, who wanted to raise his tail to the sky when he got some power. Hearing that the fifth master was still his teacher, he was usually extremely fierce, but in front of the fifth master he behaved like a kitten. Could it be, it's him? Everyone continued to speculate, but this time they didn't go out to show their courtesy, but just planned to chat a few words to set up news. It's a pity that Mr. Xuewu is not the cafeteria ant. He smiled slightly and said, he is the accountant in the school. The school's expenses are not going well recently. Can you classmates help me dig a training ground under the school? Otherwise, cultural people are different. Xuewu clearly said that the students would pay and work hard to help him build a training ground, but his words, deeds, and words made it seem as if this was just a test, to test which student would be loyal to the school generally. As a result, the spies began their vigorous digging activities. We still put in the money and effort, this time even harder than last time. The reason is that Ji Chang's ran to Mr. Xuewu and asked him to hang out there more. His original words were, Master Wu, you have to express that I am just here for a casual visit, but you have to make it subtle so that they think you are here for inspection. They observe that they want to pick out a few people they like to train, but you also have to express that you don't want them to see that, which is the kind of I know you want to know but you can't know that I know feeling. Do you understand? Xuewu responded to Ji Chang's with an ashtray. Go away, little bastard. You've been torturing an old man like me all day long. Despite the scolding, he still did as Ji Chang said. It's obvious that he's up to something. How can the spies not take notice of him? After the underground training ground was built, one day, a group of people were scratching their heads in the classroom and drawing disassembly drawings of weapons. Ji Chang's came in with a tigerish face. Lu Hu, Zhang Ji, Zhou Liang. You three, Mr. Xuewu has arranged for you to go out with me. You will probably sleep outside at night. You go back to the dormitory to pack your things and wait for me at the door. Naturally, these three people are all spies. And they are all working most conscientiously and hard during this infrastructure construction craze. The ordinary students just listened to it and stopped paying attention, and continued to draw pictures with their heads down and scratching their heads. Those spies who had also been working hard for so many days suddenly became energetic. How could you let these three people go out with Ji Chang's? And it was Master Xuewu who asked him. During this time, Mr. Xuewu had been standing there watching them work, his eyes scrutinizing and sizing up, and it was clear that he was testing them. It seems that these three people have passed the test with Mr. Xuewu. The spies were excited and annoyed that they should have worked harder at that time. Others lowered their heads and pretended as if nothing had happened, but deep down they were thinking about what they could do to get themselves on this ride. As for the three named spies, it's no exaggeration to say that it's pie in the sky. They immediately stood up and loudly agreed, went back to quickly pack their things, and waited at the school gate. After waiting for almost 20 minutes, Ji Chang's came belatedly carrying a baggage. When he saw the three people, his eyes were full of disgust. He threw the baggage to the spy closest to him and muttered. I really don't know why the fifth master asked you three to come here. You have average hands-on skills, average looks, average words, and average things. How can you help here? A spy smiled flatteringly at Ji Chang's. Instructor, we will study hard. Yes, instructor, where are we going? Ji Chang's glared at them. Why are you asking so many questions? We'll find out when we get there. He took three people to rent an empty warehouse first. When it was time to pay, Ji Chang's hadn't even taken out the money. A spy paid the money first and smiled at Ji Chang's. Instructor, I'll do it. How can I bother you with such a small matter? Ji Chang's face suddenly looked better when he faced him. Okay, but I'm warning you, don't tell the fifth master about this. Yes, we will definitely not tell. Yes, don't tell me. The little instructor was young, so he was coaxed by them all the way, asking for help and buying snacks. If his eyes stayed on something for more than 3 seconds along the way, the 3 spies would immediately rush to buy it for him and give it to him. Ji Changs knew that they were coaxing him as a child. I have to say that he quite enjoyed this feeling. The little instructor who said they are just kids after all was no longer so aggressive when speaking to the 3 of them. This time when someone asked why they came here to rent a warehouse, Ji Changs was finally willing to tell them. Okay, you will know it later anyway. Let me tell you, we are here to trade weapons. Trading weapons. The hearts of the 3 of them stopped for a beat. They found the source of the transaction. This was big news. They held their breath, cautiously fearing to frighten Ji Changs, who was finally willing to reveal this purpose. Instructor, all the weapons in our school are traded, right? Otherwise, how do you think the militiamen managed to win against the foreigners with 1,000 against 5,000? Ji Changs glared at the spy who asked this question, waved to the 3 of them, pretended to be whispering, and whispered, "Let me tell you, the militiamen relied on their powerful weapons in the beginning. Weapons are powerful, aren't foreign weapons the most powerful?" The young instructor gave him a look of disdain. Are you stupid? Who told you that the people who traded weapons to us were not foreigners? Foreigners are human beings too, and they also want to make money. As long as they have enough money, they will sell anything, let alone weapons. He seemed to be made proud by the shocked gazes of the 3 people. He raised his chin and said in a boastful tone, "The weapons we trade are much better than those used by foreign soldiers. Apart from being expensive, there is nothing wrong with it." A spy quickly asked, "How expensive is it?" Ji Changs made a gesture, "Take XX Mukang as an example, a handful, this number." Oops. This is really horrifyingly expensive. Don't look like that. Is this an ordinary Mukang? They can fire continuously. He gestured with the number again. Being able to fire this number continuously will give people a huge advantage in fighting. That's true. Although they work at the rear, they also know the importance of weapons. But those militiamen were just villagers back then. Where did they get such a line? Don't worry about it. Anyway, we pay for it and they sell weapons. They follow some rules. In the first year, the price is expensive. In the second year, it will be 10% off, and in the third year, it will be 20% off. Cooperate with them. The longer it takes, the more advantage you get. The spies rushed to write down the information. Then, instructor, do they also make deals with others? Then how could you not do it? Ji Changs took out a large brush from his bag, poured some ink on it and drew a big butterfly directly on the door. Look, I'll teach you how to draw a butterfly like this when you want to find them, and then. He pushed open the warehouse door and went in, hanging a cloth bag behind the door. In front of several people, he took out a piece of paper and showed it to them. Here, write down what you want, then leave a deposit, and wait until the next morning to see it. They have already shipped the weapons. By this time put the rest of the money in the warehouse and they will take it away. The rules are like this. If they break the rules, they will never trade with the other party. You also know that the weapons from the foreigners are in short supply for their own people. That is, they should only sell them to us if they are expensive and can make a lot of money. If you really piss them off, they won't be willing to make the money anymore. The spies all nodded their heads. That night, as Ji Changs fell into a deep sleep, the spies all got up one after another and walked around the outside of the warehouse, carefully watching the movements there. They didn't dare to get close. They didn't dare to think about the power behind the people who could sell such weapons. If someone really discovered this, it wouldn't matter if they were from the military academy. If the identity behind them was found out, the above would be implicated. They can't afford it. A group of people waited quietly all night, but there was no movement at the door of the warehouse. The three of them yawned profusely, but did not dare to slack off. After some discussion, one of them went to ask Ji Chang's to get up, while the other two continued to watch. Slept so well. Ji Chang slept soundly that night. The child was already looking good, but now he was even more radiant. However, the three spies squatted in high spirits all night, with dark circles under the eyes of the boss on their faces, and their faces were haggard. Incredibly. Huh? What's wrong with you? They all look like eggplants beaten by frost. Although he knew what was going on, as a child, Ji Chang still looked at the three people with a confused expression. It's okay, it's okay. The three of us haven't slept outside for a long time, so we're a little used to it. You adults have a lot to do. As usual, Ji Chang's criticized a few people from the perspective of a superior instructor, and then took the lead towards the warehouse. The three spies looked at each other and followed. Instructor, there are no footprints at the door. It doesn't look like someone has been here. Their words got stuck in their throats. The door opened. The warehouse that was empty yesterday was filled with various large boxes today. The spies were stunned as they watched Ji Chang step forward and open a box. It was filled with wooden warehouses. How is this possible? They didn't blink an eye last night. How could such a big box be moved in without any movement or people moving it? This doesn't make sense. Well, the goods this time are very good. Ji Chang's pretended not to notice the three petrified people standing behind him. After opening the boxes one by one and checking them, he turned around with satisfaction, took his own bundle from a spy, and hung it behind the door. Okay, the stuff has arrived. I've called for a car. You guys can move it up. The three spies were so confused that they moved back and forth several times before the move was completed. How were those weapons transported in? Finally, a spy couldn't help but ask Ji Chang's, instructor, aren't those who carry weapons afraid of being bumped into? Afraid? Ji Chang's was inspecting a wooden warehouse. After hearing this, he replied smoothly, you also know that foreigners are not allowed to sell weapons to us. If they are discovered doing this, it will be considered a crime in their country. Aren't you afraid? So they are very careful in every transaction. If the buyer's people see the moving site, they will directly terminate the transaction and never trade again. Spies. Why are there so many things? Doesn't that mean they can't figure out who these weapon sellers are? But it seems to be okay. Even if you don't know who they are, knowing such a transaction channel can still be regarded as a great achievement, so their being sent to the school is not considered in vain. Along the way, the three spies tried their best to coax the entire transaction process from Ji Chang's mouth. As soon as they returned, they took the opportunity to spread the news. That night, when the three spies were so excited that they couldn't sleep, and the other spies were curious and looking around, Ji Chang's yawned and left the school. He arrived at the pier all the way and saw no one around, so he found a secret passage and got in. Following the order in my memory, I walked through the secret passages extending in all directions for about 20 minutes before I finally arrived at my destination. In a small but well-equipped secret room, a group of children were assembling weapons together. When they saw Ji Chang's coming, they stood up excitedly, Boss! Boss, how did we do during the day? But we did everything according to your instructions, and later we went up and took away the money. Not bad. Ji Chang's took a bite of the cucumber handed over by a subordinate. I told them that trading will only be in this area. Someone will come here to trade next. When the time comes, they will pretend to be beggars and run around the streets. Look carefully. Which warehouse has a butterfly mark painted on it, and then go up through the secret passage to see the situation. If you find anything wrong, abandon this location immediately. Yes. So good. Ji Chang's patted the wooden warehouse on the ground, hugged the big bag of money that he had just hung on the back of the door in front of the three spies during the day, and smiled with satisfaction. It can be regarded as finding a market for these weapons. Not only can it be sold on your own territory, but the price is also very good. He really liked those spies more and more. In addition to liking their hard work and generosity, I also liked that they were trained hard, suffered so much just to work as cows and horses for him. The point is, they are quite happy to be like cows and horses. Very good, let them shine here and contribute to the school. Everything went as Ji Chang's expected. Soon a stranger came here, rented a pier, drew a butterfly, put down a deposit, and wrote on it what he wanted to trade. The first transaction should always shock others. Ji Chang's and the others did not trade, but placed another piece of paper on that piece of paper. Written above is a list of their weapons arsenal, telling first-time customers where to buy from. Guessed. Just shocked, okay. These weapons. Nowadays, many foreigners don't have it yet, so can it really be sold to them? He was so excited that he immediately hurried out to write a telegram. There was also a burst of excitement over there. I knew there was something fishy about those militiamen, sure enough. They actually let them hide such a good source of goods. No wonder there are so few people, but they are so good at fighting. Buy. Of course, buy. Ji Chang's was considered to have made a fortune. He was happy for many days after getting the money, and then sent people to buy part of the money into supplies and send them to the front line. This fight started again. Don't worry about the chaos and intrigues between high-level officials and high-level officials. The soldiers on the front lines are really fighting to protect their homes and country. Anyway, he has so much money, it doesn't matter if he gives some away. Of course, no money is too much. 7 years later, the first batch of students graduated. Ji Chang's cried. He cried with reluctance and nostalgia. He hugged these students and patted their shoulders one after another. Work hard and fight for the country. The ordinary students were extremely moved. Instructor, won't we still do things for the school? We will visit you often, so don't be sad. You don't understand. Ji Chang's waved his hand, his eyes red. I really can't let you go. At first, it was supposed to take 3 years to graduate, but he insisted on keeping a group of people. After another 3 years, this year the war situation suddenly became serious, and he had to let them go. Really, I can't let you go. You don't know, I can't let you go so much. The new batch of freshmen lined up to register, and happened to see this touching scene of farewell between teachers and students. Mr. Xuewu was sitting there recording. When he saw this scene, he thought, it's really touching, what a piece of shit. Is Ji Chang's reluctant to let go of others? He was reluctant to part with his strong laborers and his children who scattered wealth. The reason why those students stayed there year after year was because Ji Chang's was reluctant to let such an easy-to-manage person go. In the past 7 years, he has treated people like old scalpers. Building houses and canals, assembling weapons, and cultivating fields, even if you want to sketch a portrait, these students have to learn. Ji Chang's went abroad for an inspection last year. He didn't want to learn English, so he hired a foreign language teacher to teach these students. Most of these students had a blank slate when they first came here, but now they are all experienced in many battles. Ji Chang's contribution is definitely first-rate. Nowadays, the situation outside is chaotic, and wars are starting everywhere. He really can't hold people captive anymore, so he reluctantly sends them out. He was still complaining last night. Originally, he took this group of students to sneak attack on so-and-so, and then went to beat someone up. Isn't this quite good? Has anyone seen someone like him? In a good military academy, before they graduate, the students seem to have been walking in a hail of bullets for more than 10 years. Mr. Shuiwu felt that Ji Chang's was scolding himself. Let's have one last meal, and treat it as the instructor seeing you off. I really can't bear to leave you, Ji Chang's, who is almost 16 years old, is still so pretentious and won't let go of others. So, everyone still had a big meal in the cafeteria. Today's school is no longer an ordinary school. It is almost built like a castle. It has everything and cannot be summarized. Of course, this is also the reason why Ji Chang's is reluctant to let these students leave. However, when he thought that the school seemed to have no space for infrastructure construction, his reluctance immediately dissipated. Thinking about how many money-making opportunities this group of spies had created for him by staying here for 7 years, he suddenly felt at ease. No loss at all. Comfortable. Oh, but I still don't want to give up. A while ago he wanted a swimming pool. As a result, the students are all leaving now, and the spies have figured out their place. It is estimated that there will not be a second batch, and even if there is, they will not work as hard as their predecessors. Swimming pool, amazing. The spies felt a little sour in their hearts when they saw Ji Chang sighing. For 7 years, even if they were spies, they were still human beings with fleshy hearts. They lived and ate here for 7 years, studied with their classmates, engaged in construction, and struggled with the instructors for 7 years. How could they not have any feelings at all? Unfortunately, their purpose of coming was not pure from the beginning. It's just that after 7 years, I still don't understand who is behind it. An ordinary student happened to be saying the same thing. You said, we are about to graduate and we haven't met the principal yet. I heard that the principal is the leader of the militia. Who do you think it could be? Another ordinary student immediately said, it must be the instructor. The instructor is in charge of all the affairs of the school, and he is so powerful at such a young age. The principal is definitely the instructor, and the instructor is just his cover. The spies laughed. You actually guessed it was Ji Chang's. Sure enough, I was still confused by the appearance. These ordinary students, even after 7 years of training, are still not as good as those who have been trained through orthodox training. You are listening to Novels at Bless Up channel. Wish you happiness and luck. Please subscribe to receive new novels. How do you feel about this novel? Please like and leave a comment. Everyone knows I'm a good man. Author, HandsomeMaleLead. Chapter 246. The graduation of the first batch of students from Chang'an Military Academy was not only of concern to them, but also to other forces. When this school was established, it was just a small force, so the major forces sent people there to find out the details of the people behind it. The result is 7 years. After 7 years of investigation, not even a single feather was found. It happened that the spies who were randomly sent out to do underground work were all trained to be masters of external stations. When the school was first established, the Chang'an Military Academy preached that all students should be taught uniformly and attentively regardless of origin, and this was actually true. He really taught all his students to be perfect warriors who could adapt perfectly both behind the scenes and in front of the scenes. In the past 7 years, although they claim to have not graduated yet, this group of students has been taken out for many appearances. There has never been a year in the past 7 years without fighting, either with one's own people or with foreigners. Occasionally, Ji Chang's would collect money to bring reinforcements from students in order to train students, to supplement family income. As long as those who are being beaten are not members of your own family and the money is enough, your all-purpose reinforcements from Chang'an Military Academy will be here as soon as possible. Others nicknamed this group of students Black Emblem. The reason why it is called this is that this group of students had a problem when they went out to fight. Their weapons were all sprinkled with black paint. When the enemy was hit, black marks would be left on the wounds on their bodies. When it was over and the battlefield started to be cleaned up, there would be special soldiers to count how many enemies had black paint on them. At that time, depending on the number of people, the people from the mercenary military academy would have to pay an extra amount. In addition, the students of Chang'an Military Academy will also wear badges representing students. Although the badges are silver white and not black, don't call this thing, it will become a black badge when you scream. Ji Chang's didn't mind, he thought it was quite respectable to call him that. Anyway, Chang'an Military Academy has successfully cultivated a group of terrifying students in 7 years. Don't worry, many of these students were sent by other forces. Aren't there still a bunch of ordinary students left? In addition, he has made various weapons and sold them in the past 7 years, and he has abundant resources, which can be said to be a fat soldier and a strong horse. Now, Ji Chang's no longer needs to be mysterious, and those who know his true identity no longer dare to provoke him. However, because he is a low-key person, he never takes the initiative to show force to others. After all, these days are very chaotic, but there are many people who play the trick of robbing. Ji Chang's is a law-abiding and good citizen. How can he be embarrassed if others don't robbing him? To rob someone else? Of course, he would definitely not admit that he deliberately pretended to be a pig and a tiger, waiting to be cheated. So how can we call it a crime to take advantage of others? That's called self-defense. In the eyes of many ordinary people, Chang'an Military Academy is still an ordinary military academy. The only unusual thing is that as long as the age and physical fitness are qualified, this school will accept them. And it also includes distribution, dear. Ever since, the old students left and new students came. The new students were very excited and full of longing for the future. They had no idea that their seniors were the talents that all the major forces were vying for. Ji Chang's was upright and upright in class. He never played the trick of "you are a graduate of our school and you must work for our school." He taught how to teach anyway. Of course, he wanted to stuff the words patriotism into the students' minds, and other needs. The talent forces themselves are Chinese, so naturally they don't mind this. Isn't it a pity to use such a good talent for others? Of course we have to grab it. Anyway, Chang'an Military Academy has a clear attitude. They are just a military academy, they don't have any fancy ideas. If they really had that kind of intention, in 7 years, they would have expanded their territory and recruited more people, and they would not only be working on their own 1/3 of an acre. Of course, others would not know that Ji Chang's little territory had long been dug like a rabbit hole. After receiving the new students for a day, Ji Chang's pushed past Mr. Shuewu's office with familiarity, went to his sofa, and acted like a salted fish. "Fifth Master, we have been setting up a trap for 7 years, is it time to close it?" Mr. Shuewu, who was reading the newspaper. "What? Ji Chang's, strengthen the country, have you forgotten? We promised to make the country strong." "Mr. Shuewu, it's agreed, but what's your plan? There's a fight between that side and that side. Isn't this the wealth I've worked hard to save for 7 years? Now it's time to put it to use." Mr. Shuewu. He looked at Ji Chang's, whose cheeks were flushed from drinking the Xinjiang wine, and felt that this kid was probably too drunk and was acting erratic. To strengthen a country, does that mean that a strong country can make a strong country? Hey, although this kid is almost 16 years old, he is still too young after all. Bang bang bang. The sound of a wooden warehouse sounded in an alley. As soon as the surrounding residents heard the sound, they reacted quickly and immediately ran around with their belongings. The more skillful their escape movements are, the more they prove the bitterness this world places on ordinary people. A man in dusty clothes crawled out of the alley with an injured leg, but he was injured, how could he avoid the pursuers behind him? "It's your honor to serve my lord. Since you are so ignorant, then go down there and be your Chinese." A voice sounded leisurely, and a pair of shiny riding boots stained with blood appeared along with the voice. The person who said this, Mukang, turned his hand and put it back to his waist. He then pulled out a dagger and looked at the man on the ground who had lost his fighting ability with murderous intent in his eyes. Just as he was about to step forward, a man quickly came up and stopped him. "Captain, it's best to capture him alive from above. What should we do?" This man looked about 16 or 17 years old, with single eyelids and fox eyes. His complexion was a bit too pale because he had not been exposed to the sun for a long time. He had a bright smile at the moment, his fox eyes narrowed in a smile, and he spoke in a pleasant voice. "He soiled my boots. If he doesn't die, who will pay for my boots?" The dagger made a deflection in his hand, and he turned to the person who was blocking him. He discussed it angrily. "Otherwise, I will kill you, the deputy captain. After you die for him, we will capture him alive and bring him back to you. How is it up there?" The deputy captain broke into a cold sweat and said, "Yes, Captain. He deserves to die. Just do it." The injured man on the ground sneered when he saw this. "Oh, dog bites dog." The fox-eyed man smiled brightly and stepped on his injured area. Seeing the other person swallowing his screams with a pale face, his smile became even sweeter. "Dogs can not only bite dogs, but also kill people." After saying that, he leaned forward suddenly and plunged the sharp dagger into the opponent's heart. 3 minutes later, he stood up, took out his handkerchief and wiped his blood-stained hands, raised his eyebrows at the corpse on the ground, and asked the group of people standing behind him, "Do you know what to say when you go back?" "Yes, yes." This man resisted fiercely and was killed during the pursuit. The fox glanced at the speaker and raised the corners of his mouth. "Yes, you are very sensible. From now on, you are the vice captain." The man was just excited for a second, then suddenly woke up and looked at the original deputy team hesitantly. As expected, the deputy captain's face turned livid and he said, "Captain, I was appointed by Mr. Nakagya. You can't." Boom. Following the Mukang sound, he fell down with disbelief in his eyes. Fox Eyes wiped the wooden warehouse and put it away, walked to the body of the deputy, wiped his boots with his clothes, and said lightly, "The deputy died heroically during the pursuit, give him a good burial. As for that person, the old rule is to send him to a mass grave and throw him away." Everyone was silent. When the captain glanced at them one by one, they all nodded in agreement and did not dare to say another word. After they left and the bodies were carried away, across the alley, someone came out of hiding with tears in their eyes. Someone advised him, "Don't be sad. It's better for old Han to die like this than to be captured alive and tortured to death. I know. That person is Zhongmu's most famous adopted son? He is indeed ruthless and can kill his own people at will. Can you still expect a traitor to have any conscience? He has been raised by Zhongmu since he was a child. I am afraid he has long regarded himself as a person from a certain country. Let's go, we have to collect Lao Han's body tonight." The heart-wrenching day passed, and at night, a few people carefully went to the mass graves, but no matter how they searched, they could not find the comrades who were thrown here during the day. They went back dejectedly. When they arrived at the door, they found that the originally quiet gathering place was bustling with daily activity. They could still vaguely hear the cries inside. It sounded like the families of comrades who had died before. "What's the situation?" The nerves of several people suddenly became tense, and they carefully opened the door, only to see a familiar figure standing in the yard. Comrade Zhang. Lao Zhang, who died 3 years ago, was being held by his wife and crying, and his eyes were red. Looking inside the house, there are all the people who have sacrificed their lives. Their families are overjoyed and are pulling them to cry. What's going on? Several people were still immersed in grief, but now they can no longer grieve. They stand at the door with confused faces and don't know what the situation is now. You are back. Pack your things quickly, we will retreat to the base camp tonight. When the leader saw a few people, he came over with joy on his face. Look at you, you are stupid, haha. I was shocked when I first learned about it. I really didn't expect that all our comrades who were caught sacrifice in the past few years have been saved. What he said could no longer be heard by a young man who had just come in. He stared straight at the middle-aged man who was striding this way with a smile on his face. The other person stood upright and had a resolute face. When he saw him, he came over and hugged him. Good boy, grow up. His face gradually resembled the last one he had seen 4 years ago. Son, Daddy is going to the labor force to rescue people. They are all a group of kids your age. Just wait and I will rescue them. Then you will have someone to talk to. You are not allowed to bully others, you know? Okay, I'm leaving. Then he never came back. The uncle who went with him said that the labor camp was a trap. After his father found out, he was arrested in order to hold back the traitors. They watched him be killed by Mukang with their own eyes. Tears flowed down the young man's face. In the past 4 years, he had dreamed of his last meeting with his father countless times. In the dream, his father was not dead and their family was still fine. But when he woke up, he could only wipe away his tears. Accept this reality. And now, the dream has come true. Dad, Dad, is it you? Dad, are you not dead? Dad, is it really you? Listening to his trembling voice, the middle-aged man's nose felt sore. He let go of his hand and patted his son on the shoulder. Dad, can you still be fake? I've heard what the leader said, you did a good job, why don't you kill me, you've saved a lot of people, you're worthy of me. Father. He was hugging his biological father and crying when he suddenly saw a familiar figure from the corner of his eye. He was so frightened that he immediately stiffened. He took out the wooden warehouse and pointed it at the fox's eyes over there. We are our own people. Fox Eyes, that is, Wan Ki, was so frightened that he hid behind the pillar. I said you are ungrateful. I saved your father, why are you trying to kill me? That's right, he, Wan Ki, relied on his superb acting skills and the boss's wise leadership to sneak into the enemy and became the biggest enemy among them, Xiaotu. Everyone knows I'm a good man. Author, Tang Zhongmao. Chapter 247. After the big drama of it turns out that Zhongmu's most valued adopted son is one of his own, Wan Ki, who almost died on the spot before showing up, was grateful to this group of people with a numb face. The people who were actually rescued were grateful when they first woke up. Most of the people surrounding Wan Ki were family members of those who had resurrected from the dead. He is a living bodhisattva and a good comrade. He even said that he wanted to build a memorial tablet for him to live forever. Wan Ki, thank you, I'm not dead yet, so I don't need a memorial tablet. He was forced to do business with a numb face when Ji Chang's came. When the shining figure appeared in front of him, Wan Ki, who was called the living king of hell by the traitors and whom no one dared to offend outside, burst into tears. He rushed over, knelt on the ground with a bang, skillfully hugged Ji Chang's thigh and started howling. Boss, boss, you are finally here, I finally waited for you to come. Even though Wan Ki looks like a majestic and powerful smiling tiger outside, outsiders think he is a winner in life, while his own people think he is well planned. Scheming climbed to high position step by step. But only he knew in his heart that he, Wan Ki, was suffering. At the beginning, all those who came out of the village were assigned various tasks. Wan Ki was entrusted with important tasks by the boss Ji Chang's because of his superb acting skills, and he was designed to be the adopted son of Zhongmu. This is not difficult. Zhongmu already likes them, and then trains these children to work for him. When Wan Ki was adopted, there were already 13 brothers and 3 sisters. You can imagine how timid Wan Ki was when he received this undercover mission. But thinking about the future wife he longed for and his own ambition to make a career, he still mustered up the courage to take on the task. Fortunately, as long as his adopted son's identity is still there, he can get information through Zongmu's daily observations, so Wang Qi's mentality at the beginning is still very Buddhist. At the beginning, everything was perfect. He followed the route given by the boss and walked peacefully. It turns out it's not quite right to know where to start. Wang Qi gradually became Zongmu's valued adopted son. Then, he was assigned a job. He worked for a period of time and was promoted to several positions. There were more and more people under him. Don't look at it now, he is called the captain, and his status is now ranked among the top 5. And because the boss of the work unit is his adoptive father Nakagi-sama, the 3 people in front of him are very polite to him, as if everyone has acquiesced in Wang Qi being the crown prince. Wang Qi. He was going crazy. Originally I just wanted to be a soy sauce undercover, but ended up becoming the prince. At first it was only said that he would be undercover for 3 years, but it turned out to be 3 years and 3 years. If the boss doesn't close the net, he is afraid that he will become the leader next. The only thing that comforts Wang Qi is that since he broke into the enemy, he has been secretly rescuing people. Fortunately, he has superb acting skills. Even if he is panicking, he still looks like a complete villain on his face. He was the only one who had the guts to keep his secret this year. Boss, you don't know, that Zongmu, he is not a human being. He says he adopts children and adopts daughters, but in fact he just raises a bunch of children for us to fight in the nest. He is not raising children, he is clearly raising goo. I am with him. It was like being on tenterhooks day and night, checking every meal to see if it was poisonous. It was so torturous, look at it, my eyes were all blinded. Ji Chang's looked at his narrow fox eyes and wondered how small he was. He had obviously been small since he was a child, and he had single eyelids, which made him look even smaller. Of course, he would not say that to his confidants. He nodded frequently and patted Wang Qi on the shoulder from time to time. Thank you for your hard work. I knew at the beginning that you must be very capable. Now it seems that it is indeed the case. Not only did you save so many patriots, but you also stole information from Nakagi. You are worthy of it? Wang Qi was stunned. Wherever he stole it, it was clearly given to him by Zongmu on his own initiative. Speaking of this, boss, let me tell you, Zongmu doesn't know why, but among so many adopted sons and daughters, he feels that I am the most loyal, and he doesn't hide anything from me. He asks me to do all the things that are inconvenient for him to do. But he was afraid of being exposed, so he never dared to please Zongmu. He tried not to say too much in front of this adoptive father. It's normal. In his eyes, you hate Chinese people more than anyone else. Of course he believes in your loyalty. Ji Chang's always had double considerations when doing things. For example, this time, Wang Qi saved those people, but the way he saved them was to make people fake death. In the eyes of others, Wang Qi, the traitor, hated the Chinese people so much that they asked him to capture him alive, but he was not even willing to spare his life, so he did it neatly. Even his colleagues around him have never seen him be merciful. In the past few years, Wang Qi killed as many as 49 of his colleagues on random excuses. But a certain countryman has never seen him move, whether it's Chuhua or something. Therefore, Zhong Mukai was most certain of Wang Qi's loyalty. After all, it was the Chinese country that their country wanted to invade. Wang Qi hated the Chinese, and to him it was the best knife in his hand. After hearing what Ji Chang said, Wang Qi said, how could he be Chuhua? He killed fugitives to save people. Killing colleagues is not done casually. Instead, Ji Chang gives a list in advance and confirms who will block the road before finding an excuse to kill them. Anyway, his external persona has always been that of a smiling tiger who is uncertain, and he has with Zhongmu backing him up, it would be too easy to kill the opponent. For example, the deputy captain was killed because the first thing he did when he took office was to arrest anti-Xing elements and attack a street indiscriminately. Ji Chang sent a message asking him to kill the person, so he found an excuse to do it. Even if it's not in an alley, Wan Qi can find an excuse to kill people after he goes back, because you are so ugly that I am too ugly. It turned out that it was because of this that he was always so highly regarded by Zhongmu. Wan Qi said he didn't understand you weird people. He just felt that he could finally go home. On the day he returned to his hometown, Wan Qi felt refreshed and felt that the sky was so blue, the clouds were so white, and the trader in the distance looked so familiar. Wan Qi rubbed his eyes and almost stared at the man in the distance who was nodding and bending down to light a cigarette for a certain official. Isn't this the second brother of the boss, the second pillar? It's really the eldest brother and the second brother. He has disappeared for so many years. It turns out he is a traitor. Beside him, the accompanying companion looked confused. What? What? The boss's second brother, he has been away from home for less than 10 years. A companion who had no impression of this person at all, less than 10 years. Do you still remember his appearance? How old were you at that time? Wan Qi looked at him with a you don't understand look. Of course I remember. Judging from his tone, he knew the principal's second brother very well. The companion thought that there might be a deeper friendship. After all, he is the second brother of the boss. He should be as powerful as Qing Fengjiu and his sister. He asked, it's been so long and you still remember him, he must be very powerful, right? Wan Qi thought for a while and nodded seriously, no, it's amazing. Right. I knew my guess was right. The companion was secretly proud when he heard Wan Qi continue to say. It's also a skill to make a boss with such a good temper and such a generous temper hate him. You don't think it's great? Everyone knows I'm a good man. Author, Tang Zhongmao. Chapter 248. Ji Chang's got the news while he was eating noodles comfortably. Ji Zizhu. The grown-up principal Ji is no longer as naive as he was when he was a child, nor does he want to kick Ji Zizhu's ass when he hears his name. He just asks simply, is he not dead yet? Wan Qi. Of course, Ji Chang's was not scolding, he really felt that Ji Zizhu, who was incapable of doing anything, had no brains and was probably not willing to work hard, would have died long ago. In this world, a family can only survive if they stay together. Ji Zizhu can do well if he goes out alone. And according to Ji Chang's understanding of the other party, he will definitely come back if he does not do well. The chance of doing well is only about 100%. 0.00001. Zizhu has not come back for so many years. In his heart, he has already given him the nickname Dead Man. Ji Zizhu. With no brains, no knowledge, no vision, and no bottom line, how could he do well? Thinking back to the fact that Ji Zizhu had not shown up for so many years, but now that the fighting started, he showed up as soon as a certain army entered the city, Ji Chang suddenly thought of a possibility, is he a traitor? Wan Qi. Boss, you are so clever. Ji Chang's, oh haha. This is not a magical plan, but in the current world, being a traitor does not require any technical skills, as long as you are a Chinese who can be cruel to Chinese people and can do dirty things. Ji Zizhu became a traitor. It doesn't seem surprising at all. Tell me what the situation is. Wan Qi is no longer the coward he was before. After so many years of undercover career, his ability to find out information has improved by leaps and bounds. After discovering Ji Zizhu, he immediately hid and found out more about it before returning. According to the information I found out, he should have pledged his allegiance to a certain country as soon as he left home. It seems that he picked up a money bag from a certain government official. Later, when the other party came to find him, he immediately knelt down and pledged his allegiance. Since then, he has been, it seems to be quite valued if I have it with me. Accepted. Ji Chang's breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. It seems that we should be able to handle it this time when a certain country enters the city. Wang Qi didn't understand where he came from. He was shocked. Is Ji Zuzu also an undercover agent? No way, Ji Zuzu's brain might have collapsed after he was discovered and dragged out after just one day of being an undercover agent. What are you thinking about? Ji Chang's was speechless. I mean, they all value a brain like Ji Zuzu's, but it shows that the other party's brain is not much better. He lay down on the sofa with peace of mind and said comfortably, originally, I was still worried about how to deal with the army entering the city this time. Now it seems that there shouldn't be any conspiracy and tricks there. Even if they want to cause trouble, it will be a real battle. With force, I, Ji Chang's, have never been afraid of anyone. Back then, when he had nothing, he was able to lead a group of children to fight against foreigners. Now he has money, some have weapons, and he learned from Ji Zuzu's side that this time a certain team may not have a high IQ. Wherever he goes, he is still afraid of birds. But what happened to Ji Zuzu? Knowing that he has no bottom line, he can directly surrender to the enemy. This is too no bottom line. Ji Zuzu had no idea that he was being studied. He led a few of his men and walked on the street with a proud face. From time to time, he scolded the people passing by. When he met a seller, if he saw something he liked, he would just reach out and take it. The stall owner was worried about the clothes of a certain woman on his body, and dared not speak out in anger. He actually didn't like those things that much, he just simply liked the feeling that he could do whatever he wanted, but the other person didn't dare to say a word. As he walked around, he felt so happy that he almost wrote the words "villain success" above his head. As a result, I was happy all the way to the door, feeling extremely happy and sad. Brother Zuzu, I'm looking for you. After receiving the report, Ji Zuzu's face turned green. The thing he didn't want to see the most was the certain police official he had defected to in the first place. At first, he waited for the officer with high expectations for the future, but the officer thanked him in front of everyone and said he would introduce him to a job. Just when he happily thought that his destiny had finally been reversed in his life. At that time, the officer pulled out the wooden warehouse to kill him and silence him. Ji Zuzu was so frightened that he couldn't help but realize that no matter how much he begged the other party, he would not let him go, so he could only use his biggest secret and support to save his life. He said that he could predict, and he could predict many things. After telling a big event that would happen at the end of that year, Ji Zuzu saved his life and was taken by the officer with him. It was verified that that big event did happen at the end of the year. Ji Zuzu completely became someone valued by the other party. People. But after his initial triumph, he fell into all kinds of panic. Yes, Ji Zuzu was reborn. But he was just a dawdler in his last life. How could he know about major national events and international wars? Ask him to tell you which shop closed down when, which family gave birth to a girl at what age before she got a fat boy, and which family had a man who got pregnant in which year. It's okay even if you have a heart disease. All he could remember about the war was about himself. For the other things, even if the other party forced him to tell them with Mukang, he couldn't tell them. Ji Zuzu was afraid that he would be beaten to death if he told everything he knew, so he told the officer that his prophecies all appeared randomly and that he could not control anything. He racked his brains to pull out the major events that he had encountered every year in the past. If he couldn't find any major events, he could only tell some small things. What big things can Ji Zuzu know? It's nothing more than an attack by a certain country and being bombed everywhere. These prophecies he mentioned were all decisions made by high-level officials of a certain country. Officers could only bear witness but could not intervene. What's the point of even intervening? This prophecy only said that a certain country would attack, and nothing else. Because a certain country has always been fighting against China. After all these years, Jesus has never been able to help. But unfortunately, his prophecy was accurate every time. But the accuracy is useless and cannot help. The officer kept the Jizuzu instead of handing it over to be studied, just to achieve meritorious service through prophecy. As a result, he had raised this guy for so long and never used it even once. This was very useless. Jizuzu could clearly feel that the officer was becoming more and more impatient with him. He was terrified, fearing that the other party would one day think he was useless and collapse him, but he had no other choice but to do it every day. All kinds of brain-racking searches for memories. When he was called in this time, the other person's face was full of impatience. He asked him directly and neatly if he had predicted anything. There was a wooden warehouse on the table. The officer's hand was next to it, and he answered with a Jizuzu. It looked like he would be killed directly without making any useful predictions. Jizuzu's heart skipped a beat. His prophecies have long been used up, and where can he find any more prophecies? But following the officer for so long, he also knew something about his personality. Looking at the current situation, it is clear that if he can't say anything useful, he will be sent to die on the spot. What to do? What to do? What to do? Jizuzu really couldn't think of any other prophecies that he hadn't used, and he didn't dare to say that he didn't have any prophecies. He could only smile at the officer with sweat on his face. Sir, I have a feeling. If you wait for me to go back, I will definitely have a prophecy tonight. The other party sneered and knocked on the wooden barn. If you don't make meritorious deeds, you will go home. Going home naturally means returning to my hometown. Jizuzu was so frightened that his legs became weak. He quickly agreed and almost collapsed on the ground after going out. It's over. Where can he find prophecies? But if you can't find it, you'll be dead. If you make it up, it's easy to get caught. Fortunately, this is the place where he has lived for so many years in his 2 lifetimes. If he makes up lies based on this, he should be able to live in a comfortable place. After he returned, he hurriedly found his lackeys and asked them to inquire about the major forces around them, the ones with money and leisure. Chang'an Military Academy. Militia organized by villagers. Jizuzu listened as the dogleg read out the name of his malicious former village. Isn't that their village? Looking at the address again, it's true. Chang'an Military Academy is very rich and has recruited many students. Their school is very well built, just like a foreign castle. But for some reason, no one has ever attacked them. Maybe it's because the mountain roads are difficult to walk and chew. Hardcore. Jizuzu's face was filled with joy. The road to their village was notoriously difficult. If a large number of troops were to attack it, it would indeed be time-consuming and labor-intensive. But, he is from this village. He was very familiar with the way into the village. Jizuzu was worried, and even went to take a look, confirming that although the original small village had now turned into a large castle that made people feel uncomfortable at first sight, the road was still the same. He immediately gained confidence and went back to find the officer. He said that he had predicted the route to attack Chang'an Military Academy. After the attack, on the one hand, one of their teams could establish their prestige, and on the other hand, they could also get a lot of money. Because of Jizuzu's solemn oath, and because of his previous prophecies, the officer really believed it. As everyone knows, when they first decided to attack Chang'an Military Academy, within an hour, the news was rushed to Ji Chang's. To be honest, Ji Chang's, who sent people to engage in espionage and almost made a top leader, was very familiar with ambushing people around the enemy. A certain team has only arrived less than 5 days ago, and the surroundings have already become a sieve. Attacking also takes time to plan. Moreover, the military school is indeed located in a good location, and the building is very suitable for the garrison of large armies. You can consider moving in after conquering it. The officer planned for about half a month, and then set off under Jesus's vow. Sir, I predicted that their military academy would take this route. Yes, this is the route. Yes, although they also have weapons, they are only as powerful as a military academy. We can crush them with one hand. A non-threatening opponent, rich rewards, not to mention you brought the entire army here. Their army itself is here to fire the first shot of the war. It's not enough to deal with a military academy. Under Jesus's various rainbow farts, they successfully arrived at the military academy. Jesus volunteered to step forward and shouted, "Your Majesty, Army H, has taken a liking to your military academy. It's your blessing. If you know what you're looking for, you'll open the door and welcome me in. If you don't know what you're looking for, don't worry about my feelings of being a fellow Chinese." Boom. As soon as he finished speaking, a stone was thrown down from above and hit Jesus's head. He screamed in pain and looked up with anger on his face. Who is it?" Ji Chang stretched out his head and said, "What, if you know who it is, you can still fly up and hit me." Jesus looked at his face for a moment, then shouted uncertainly, "Ji Chang's. Remember me? I thought you had become a traitor and had forgotten all the Chinese people. I said Jesus, you brought them over to attack your own village. In order to become a dog of a certain country, your parents did not want you." Excitement suddenly appeared in Jesus's eyes. "Are you begging me to let you go? Go ahead and dream. I told you back then that if you were to get along with me like that, you would regret it sooner or later if I left home. Now, I am loyal to Army H. If you kneel down and beg me, I might be able to keep your whole body. If you are sensible, just open the door." "Stop, stop, stop dash." Ji Chang's was too lazy to listen to this guy's nonsense, so he picked his ears and interrupted him directly. At this time, he still looks down on himself like this. Thinking of the secret loss Ji Chang's made him suffer when he was at home, the expression on Jesus's face became distorted. "Stop looking down on people. How about having more people in this shabby military academy? Do you have weapons? Our soldiers are all well equipped. Today I will let you know how to write the word death." Ji Chang's yawned and waved, "Okay, let's start the fight. At this point, you are still so overestimating your capabilities." Jesus wanted to imitate the officer and sneer, but before he could raise the corners of his mouth, he froze. Cannons were pushed to the city wall, wooden warehouses were erected, and with a loud noise, 5 bombers also flew over. In just a moment, the situation on both sides turned upside down. Ji Chang's didn't talk nonsense and directly ordered, "Hit." In this battle, everyone can see who wins and who loses. The military academy occupies a geographical position, has more people and stronger weapons, plus air superiority. In comparison, this long army of a certain country looks like it has traveled across mountains and rivers to deliver food. It will be recorded in future history books that from the beginning of this war, the Chinese people who had been forbearing in various ways rose to prominence. But now, no one expected that the first shot of a certain country's war would be fired. Unfortunately, it was a dud. You are listening to Novels at Bless Up channel. Wish you happiness and luck. Please subscribe to receive new novels. How do you feel about this novel? Please like and leave a comment. Everyone knows I'm a good man. Author, Tang Zhongmao. Chapter 249. When the sound of artillery fire rang out, the people who heard the sound were startled, screamed, and ran away in panic. During the war years, even if they experienced a brief period of peace, when they heard such a slight disturbance again, these ordinary people who had experienced fatigue and despair would still be like rabbits seeing a snake, panicking and running for their lives as fast as they could. What can be done? They are all ordinary people. Because they often don't have enough to eat, they do very hard work every day, they don't have much strength in their hands, and they don't have weapons at home. Where do they have the courage to resist people with weapons? In the midst of such a scattering, there were people selling steamed buns on the street, people running small grocery stores, and people who had just come out of a clothing store. Many such seemingly ordinary people came out of their own areas one after another, closed their eyes, and listened quietly to the sound. After confirming that they were in the direction of the military academy, they quickly looked at each other, dispersed, and began to do what they had prepared for a long time. Some of these students who graduated from the school entered the government of various systems openly, while others were turned into hidden stakings and placed in various parts of Ji Chang's lair to ensure that if anything happens, the stakings can quickly come to support. A student who knows a little bit about every skill and has experienced strong training is not to be feared. But if there are 100 or 1,000, and they can transform into instructors after leaving school, and they are supported by Ji Chang's, an instructor with huge financial resources, then the situation will be very different. Don't panic, everyone, let's go to the air raid shelter. I know where the nearest air raid shelter is. Line up in an orderly manner and follow me. A fair-skinned young man walked backwards into the fleeing crowd and opened his arms to stop their aimless escape. How could the already panicked crowd listen to this? They all went their separate ways as usual. The young man was not angry, he just took out his gun and fired several shots into the air. Bang, bang, bang. After the gunshots were fired, the crowd screamed in terror. After the screams, everyone became quiet. Everyone, you can listen to me now, follow me, I will take you to the air raid shelter. A woman's face was pale, her eyes searching the crowd. Sanya, Sanya. My daughter is missing, have you seen it? Such a tall little girl, have you seen it? She was searching anxiously and frantically when a little girl was suddenly thrust into her arms. Mother! Sanya! The woman burst into tears immediately and hugged her daughter quickly. She looked up with tears on her face and saw a young man with a bright smile standing in front of her. Don't thank me, my eyesight is first class, yes, I even won the best exploration award in school. Let's go quickly. Otherwise, if you can't keep up with the big team, my senior sister will come to take you. She is very fierce. Thank you, thank you. The woman held her child in her arms and followed the large army away in a panic. The young man was about to turn around and go somewhere else when his head was suddenly hit. He screamed in pain, covered his head and looked at the tree angrily. Senior sister, you hit me again. Who told you to talk behind people's backs? The so-called senior sister, who was about 20 years old, had a whistle hanging around her neck, and was wearing a simple short game uniform. She sat on a tree and swung her legs. You kid, I graduated before you, do you know how to respect your seniors? The instructor said that we don't do that in the school. So, isn't it true that I have graduated and am no longer in school? Get out now. I really don't understand why the instructor doesn't let me go to the battlefield. Isn't it okay for anyone to maintain order? She jumped down from the tree, walked straight through the crowd, picked up an old lady who fell, touched her leg bones, and whistled. Immediately, students wearing red hats came running quickly with a car. Senior sister. It's broken, you can pull it away. The young man curled his lips at her hard-mouthed and soft-hearted look, and suddenly saw a crying child in the distance from the corner of his eye. He immediately ran over and said, Kid, are you lost with the adults? Outside the walls of the military academy, the enemy could not even get through the door before they fell under the gunfire that seemed to never lack ammunition. Ji Chang swung the crossbow and arrow in his hand. When the other party wanted to escape, he shot an arrow past. The highest-ranking man fell down with an arrow. Do you know how he died? When Wang Qi heard Ji Chang's question, he tried his best to open his eyes to see, and then replied very seriously, "Of course he was shot to death by an arrow from you, boss. Boss, you are so awesome. You are so awesome." "No, he was fooled to death." Ji Chang's raised his eyebrows, looked at Ji Zizou, who was running around various corpses in a panic towards the distance, and clicked his tongue. "You actually believed Ji Zizou, and you were tricked to death like that? I'll go out and you guys can clean up the mess. By the way, you haven't been back for a long time. Do you know how to clean up the mess?" Wan Qi really didn't understand. He thought for a moment in confusion before tentatively replying, "Burn all these people to avoid the plague." "Half right." Ji Chang's hung the crossbow and arrows on his arm, "Remember to touch them to see if they have any money or anything. Didn't they come to beat us in such a hurry and not leave anything as compensation in the end? If you have invaded someone else's country, do you still need to confidently ask them to help collect the corpse? The more I think about it, the angrier I get. Instructor, you are here, you want to, Instructor." A student looked blankly at Ji Chang's riding away and touched his head in confusion. The instructor is very irritable today. Ji Chang's was indeed very irritable. He was not surprised that the enemy came to fight. After all, they were people from different countries. But Ji Zizou, bring the enemy to fight against your own people. And that stupid certain official actually believed what Ji Zizou said. His second brother is really becoming more and more promising, and he has become a traitor. He was riding a horse, and Ji Zizou couldn't outrun him on 2 legs. Ji Chang successfully blocked Ji Zizou by the river. "Nagaze, Nagasawa, please spare me. I don't want to. If I don't help them, they will kill me. Nagasawa, Nagasawa is really, we are brothers. If you kill me, my grandparents will be sad." Under the crossbow and arrows, Ji Zizou knelt down and begged Ji Chang's desperately. Ji Chang slowly put down the crossbow and arrows, his face expressionless. Really Nagasawa, you believe me?" Ji Zizou kept pleading, "We all had unhappy moments when we were young, but you always had the upper hand. I never succeeded in hurting you, right? Nagasawa, please let me go. I am willing to accept punishment. I know that I guilty, don't kill me, okay?" Then he heard Ji Chang say, "Okay." Even after so much time, the facial features had not changed much, they were just opened. The handsome and enviable young man stretched out his hand towards him with a bright smile on his face. "Second brother, let me pull you up." Ji Zizou looked at him suspiciously for several seconds before slowly reaching out with trembling hands and holding his younger brother's hand. After tightening his grip, Ji Chang's pulled him to his feet slowly. As soon as he stood firm, he smiled at his younger brother. "Nagaze, I knew you wouldn't bear it. I really wanted to apologize to you. You, go to hell." The man who looked grateful just now pushed hard, and Ji Chang's, who was less than 16 years old and could be called a boy, was pushed into the deep river. After entering, there was no movement at all, as if it was sinking slowly. Ji Zizou looked at the river nervously, and after realizing that there was indeed no movement, he showed a relaxed look on his face. Ha ha ha, dead, finally dead. If I had known you were such a hindrance, when you were a child, I should have strangled you to death. I won. He was congratulating himself in a relaxed manner, and was about to stagger away when a voice suddenly came from behind him. "Second brother, do you know why you can't beat me every time?" Ji Zizou's body froze, and the blood all over his body seemed to have solidified. In disbelief, he turned around slowly and stiffly, like a wooden sculpture. Then he met Ji Chang's gaze, who was soaking wet and wringing out his clothes. Seeing him, Ji Chang smiled at him. "You lost because the weakness you saw was deliberately shown to you by me." He shook his hair to wet it, shrugged at Ji Zizou, and said in the innocent tone that Jesus hated most. Everyone knows that I can do everything, but I'm not afraid of water, right? Ever since I was little, everyone has seen that I would not go to the river when others were playing in the water. So everyone knows that I am not easy to mess with and that I am good at skills. So if someone wants to deal with me, don't you just want to drown me? Ji Chang's eyes were smiling, and he easily told Ji Zizou, who looked desperate, this is also a good way to catch the rats hiding in the gutter, but it is only for moles. I used to beat one who was lame. Yes, just like you, second brother, you wanted to drown me, but when you saw me getting up from the water like a water ghost, wow, I was so scared that I accidentally committed suicide by drinking a bomb. It was really scary. I was still a child, and I saw such a terrifying scene. After all, second brother, you are the 13th person who wanted to drown me. Do you know why the 12 people in front of me knew that I could swim, but the news was not revealed at all? Ji Zizou was shaking all over. Having been with a certain countryman for so long, he could already understand the meaning of this sentence. Why didn't those who discovered the secret reveal it? Because only the dead can keep secrets forever. Ji Chang's walked towards Ji Zizou step by step. Ji Zizou's legs were paralyzed, unable to move, and he looked at Ji Chang's with great fear. This time, Ji Chang's will not let him go. He knew this clearly. Maybe because he knew he would definitely die, he didn't want to lose even more. Ji Zizou's hands clenched the soil on the ground. He was obviously about to pee with fear, but he still tried hard to show off the pride of a winner. Ji Chang's, do you think you will win if you kill me? I tell you, I can't die. I am a person who is favored by God. Even if I die now, I can still live. I can live before you are born. When the time comes, I'll kill you. I won't give you a chance to grow up. Nothing will change without you. Ji Chang's narrowed his eyes and stopped holding the crossbow and arrow. Seeing him like this, Ji Zizou regained some confidence, and laughed proudly and crazily. You were a stillbirth in your last life, so I didn't guard against you at all in this life, but it will be different in the next life. I will be there when you are still a stillborn child. If I kill you as a baby, what can you do? If God allows me to live again, then there will be a second and third time. You can't kill me because I am a person who is taken care of by God. Whoosh! Ji Zizou fell to the ground with a look of disbelief on his face. Ji Chang's pulled out the arrow from his body. So that's the case. No wonder I always feel that you are disobeying me. Ji Zizou trembled, feeling the passage of life with pain and fear, while looking at his brother who had not become a stillborn child in fear. Aren't you afraid? Aren't you afraid that I will live again and kill you? What am I afraid of? I'm not the worst offender. Second brother, believe me, with your brain, even if you relive your life 100 times, you will end up with a tragic death in the end, unless you give up harming others. Ji Chang's wiped the bloody arrow and curled his lips. But I think that if a scumbag like you is allowed to live again, such a mistake will probably not happen again. He turned around and took 2 steps, then suddenly turned to look at the area where Ji Zizou was. After looking at it for 2 seconds, he clicked his tongue with some regret, mounted his horse and left. Next to Ji Zizou, Gazeo hid behind another Gazeo in a panic. He was looking at us just now, wasn't he? He was looking at us, right? It's as scary as the legend says. I was glanced at by him just now, it almost scares me to death. You're already dead, why do you want to die again? I heard that the guy hasn't given up yet and wants to arrest us to help him. Fortunately, he can't see us. Okay, hurry up and escort this criminal away. Traitor, sneer. But this time, I'm afraid there is something wrong with the brain. When he was arrested and taken away, he kept shouting that he didn't want to leave and wanted to be resurrected. Resurrecting a ghost, who has committed so many sins and wants to be resurrected, and who has suffered so much is too light. After Ji Chang's returned, he locked himself in the room. Several of the younger brothers who had been recruited because of this incident looked at each other. "What's wrong, boss? He doesn't look happy." "Yeah, it's so scary. I don't dare to go in and report. Let's come back tomorrow." "But what happened to him? He won the battle and captured so many weapons. Shouldn't he be happy?" Wang Qi sat on the sofa with a serious look on his face, touching his chin with his hand and thinking deeply. "I know why the boss is like this." "Why?" "Wang Qi, because the boss personally executed Ji Zizou. That traitor? Didn't you say that the boss has always hated him? Why wouldn't you be happy if you killed him?" "Yes, Ji Zizou and his men are coming to destroy us. According to the boss's temperament, he will definitely give him hope before he dies, then make him despair, and finally he will be in a good mood after he kills him quickly and neatly. It's only right to come back." "Tisk, tisk, tisk." Wang Qi smacked his lips. Pretending to be serious, "You guys still don't understand the boss. Our boss, although he looks fierce on the outside, actually has a very, very kind heart. They are cousins after all. We have known each other for so long when we were children. Although we usually hate them, it must be very uncomfortable to actually execute each other with our own hands." Several boys looked at each other. "Is that so? It turns out that the boss is such a soft-hearted person. Then let's not bother the boss and leave him alone." The group left with pity for the boss, sighing along the way. "So, how come Ji Zizou doesn't know how to cherish his brother who is such a good brother? I thought the boss would play with Ji Zizou first like a cat playing with a mouse and then kill him. It seems that I still don't know the boss well enough." "Brother Qi, you are still better." "That's right, I didn't stay undercover for so long for nothing. Observing people's emotions and understanding people's hearts is my strength." Inside the room, Ji Chang's lay on the table with a depressed look. "Ah, it's so sad. I have obviously felt the existence of a soul for so many years, but why can't I see it? If only I could see it. With so many ghost power resources, what a good subordinate. If it is a ghost, it should be able to pass through walls and snoop for information without being discovered. And with so many dynasties passing by, many people must have died in front of them, even if only one is left. A tenth of it is enough for him to use. Moreover, ghosts don't need to eat or sleep, so they don't even need to pay wages. How come such a good subordinate can't get it?" "Ah." 16-year-old Ji Chang's lay on the table and sighed. He suddenly sat up and looked sharply at the side of the table. "You don't move. I know you are there." But a passing ghost froze in place, looking at this terrifying living person who had already spread a reputation with horror on his face. "Don't move. I want to try again. Where did I put my cow's tears?" Ji Chang's took out the cow's tears from the cabinet, dropped them on his eyes, and looked expectantly at the perceived location. Still nothing. The excitement on his face immediately dropped, and he frowned in disappointment. Wouldn't it be good to have such fresh cow tears? It seems that the wishes of the ghost subordinates may really not be fulfilled. It is a pity that there are so many good subordinates who do not need wages. Gazashi felt his darkened aura due to disappointment, and shivered and shrank into a ball. Then, can I go?" Ji Chang's couldn't hear it, but he happened to wave, let's go. "Ah, depressing. We are in need of people. Why are these ghosts so useless? No matter how hard we try, we can't see them." However, Ji Zizou was killed by him and he had so much resentment. Maybe he will turn into a bad ghost after he dies. Since he is a bad ghost, he should be able to let him go. Did anyone see it? Thinking about it, Ji Chang's became energetic again, took out his dagger and sprinkled glutinous rice on it, eager to try. "Gui cha. Mother! Is this killing ghosts?" He jumped off the building like the wind and ran away. I fell downstairs and collapsed. I tried my best to inflate myself and stood up. When it was done, it floated away like flying. Sure enough, we shouldn't have taken this road. Ah, it's so scary. We must quickly transfer to the precinct before this guy dies. Otherwise, it's really hard to imagine how scary it would be to be alive and how scary it would be to die. Outside, a few subordinates who had just left came in sneakily and neatly placed a bunch of delicious food on the table. I hope the boss will feel better after eating delicious food. Hey, our boss is good at everything, but he's too soft-hearted. Everyone knows I'm a good man. Author, Tang Zhongmao. Chapter 250. The reason why Ji Chang's opened the military academy in the first place has now come to fruition. A group of students full of skills, possessing skills, IQ, and reflexes. In this troubled world, as long as they are there won't be too many casualties. The war has completely begun. No one expected that in the end, the dark horse in this war would be a military academy. Not only his performance on the battlefield, but also off the battlefield. Some students from the military academy wore red hats and shuttled among the crowds, comforting the lost children, taking care of the elderly who could not run, leading the people who could not read the directions in big words to evacuate to a safe direction, and leading the way when there was no food. They cleared wasteland and cultivated fields. War has always been the most likely cause of death, but far fewer people died on the battlefield than ordinary people. The war brought hunger, panic, coldness, and poverty. This is what happens when we lose the protection of the state. And Ji Chang's led this group of students, like a big gun, protecting these Chinese people who could not see the way forward clearly. Maintain order and take care of the young and old. Wang Qi stood on the podium and said over and over again. The more the invaders act like this, the less we can cause chaos. We take good care of ourselves and live well, which is the greatest support for our compatriots going to the battlefield. Ji Chang stood upstairs and looked down. Master Xuewu stood next to him. Changs, you really did it? Not yet completely defeated. No, I mean, you really did protect our country. Mr. Xuewu smiled with satisfaction. Nagaze, thank you. Why are you saying such disgusting things all of a sudden? Ji Chang's put on a little red hat. Wasn't there an air raid next door? I'm going to help. Do you want to come with me? No, I will continue to study medicine. Mr. Xuewu stood upstairs, watching the little Red Riding Hood go away. He felt that he was really cowardly at the time, so he hid and pretended not to see the outside world after taking revenge. Obviously, he is studying medicine, so he can devote his little strength in this chaotic but still gentle country. Mr. Xuewu turned around and returned to the laboratory. Ji Chang's, that stingy guy, was very generous when he helped him build a laboratory and bought all the instruments he needed. Mr. Xuewu took a deep breath. Therefore, we must not let down this little guy's good intentions. The little Red Riding Hood's car soon arrived in the next city. There was smoke all around, and Little Red Riding Hood had already arrived, helping the injured person to go this way. Ji Chang's got out of the car and told others around him, "Pay attention to safety, your life comes first." "Don't worry, instructor." "No problem, boss." Next to countless piles of rubble, a man was digging desperately. His hands were dug to the point of being bloody, but he did not dare to stop for a moment. As he dug, he cried and begged passers-by, "Help me, please help me, please. My son is a soldier. He went to war. He is a soldier. He went to fight for us. Please help me. Here is his child. If anything happens to him, this child will be his last bloodline. Please, please." But now we don't know if the air raid will come again, and everyone can't take care of themselves. How can they find time to listen to what others are saying? In the dust, With cries coming from all directions, everything was in chaos. It is normal for such a noise to not hear calls for help. The man was getting more and more desperate. He dug, but no matter how much he dug, the pile of rocks seemed to remain there. "Help me, please help my grandson, he is only 8 years old, please, please." When he cried desperately and his vision was blurred by tears, a pair of hands suddenly held his hand that was frantically digging for blood. The man looked up blankly and met a young face wearing a Little Red Riding Hood. "Uncle, please rest aside while we use professional tools to open it." 1, 2, 3, many people wearing red hats trotted over following the greeting. They pried open the stones, calculated the angles, and patiently piled the stones without crushing the trapped children underneath. "Move away a little bit." The child's body underneath was exposed, and the man nervously tried to lift him away from the stone that was holding him down, but was blocked by the red hats. "Wait, don't move it now. His legs are turned purple like this. He needs a doctor to move them. Otherwise, if he takes the child out directly, his legs may become useless." "Ah. Okay, okay, I won't move, I'll be watching from the side. Ah, Susu, Susu, can you hear what Grandpa is saying? Don't be afraid, you'll be out soon now, don't be afraid, don't be afraid." The doctors in Little Red Riding Hood quickly ran over with their medical kits. After a quick examination, they took a series of measures to slowly remove the child from under the stone. The child remained quiet and didn't cry until he was lifted and placed on the stretcher. Okay, don't cry anymore, Susu is so brave." This child must have studied in school, and he was so frightened that he did not forget to say thank you with a choked voice. Thank you, uncles, for saving me." "You're welcome." The leader, Ji Changs, touched his head. "Your father is also saving others." "Okay, send the child to the tent and observe again." The child was taken away on a stretcher. Along with this stretcher, there were many stretchers with different injured people lying on them. This is why Mr. Xuewu said that Ji Changs protected the country. The Little Red Riding Hoods shuttle through the flames of war, and even if they only detect a missing Chinese, they will rescue the other party from the predicament. At first, it was just the city where the military academy was located, but later, there were more and more. Wherever the flames of war are ignited, there will be Little Red Riding Hood. The people who were fleeing in panic also had hope. Even at the last moment of their lives, they could leave with peace of mind after seeing Little Red Riding Hood. After that, it wasn't just the students of the military academy. More and more people are joining Little Red Riding Hood's team. They are not military students, nor have they been trained. They may have been ordinary people in the past, farmers, fried dough stick sellers, water sellers on the street, and grocers walking in the streets. But during this period, they all became Little Red Riding Hood. Wherever there is a disaster, they rush to it. No matter how tired or hard they are, not giving up any Chinese people is the purpose of Little Red Riding Hood. If you protect the Chinese, don't you protect China? Ji Chang stood in the middle of the hustle and bustle, recalling what Mr. Xuewu said and curled his lips. Said to himself, "I'm just taking the lead. Look, isn't this just that after taking the lead to go retrograde, more and more people will follow behind and go retrograde together? If those enemies want to use war to defeat the Chinese, they are wrong. War will only make the Chinese more united and determined." After the appearance of Little Red Riding Hood, the number of people killed in the war in China dropped significantly. Everyone unites as one, farming, hunting, making cans and clothes. Even if the rear is scrimping on food and clothing, the best must be sent to the front. They do not go to the battlefield, but they will also use the methods they are good at to help the country. With someone to guide me, I don't seem to be so scared anymore. Traitors were killed or assassinated one by one in the street. If someone used force to suppress them, they would get double the force in return. With the people of the country united as one, the most united battle in Chinese history came to an end. Not just unity on the battlefield, but unity among people across the country. Little Red Riding Hood is also famous all over the world. In this national war, Little Red Riding Hoods gradually appeared in other invaded countries. They either wore red scarves or dyed white cloth red and put it on their heads. They were active in the most dangerous places, helping people looking after one's own compatriots. Little Red Riding Hood not only represents peace and help, but also represents resistance to those invaders. The logo of the World Peace Organization is a Little Red Riding Hood. Why has China always been the most united country in the world? Because during the XX battle, by the end, the number of Little Red Riding Hoods had exceeded half of the country's total number of people. That is to say, when you walk on the street, among 100 people 50 of them are Little Red Riding Hoods. The Chinese people were originally large. Under the circumstances at that time, after everyone started fighting, the invaders quickly left China and left behind war compensation. That money was used to help those who lost their homes due to the war. People in other countries did not expect that the money was publicly claimed, but in the end, only 1/3 was taken away. In other words, 2/3 of the Chinese people gave up the opportunity to claim this natural wealth. The war compensation has continued to this day and was renamed the Chinese Charity Fund. Because the founder made money in a wise way, it is considered they don't accept donations and still operate well. Here, let's do a random check to see if you are obedient and have a preview. Who is the founder of Huaguo Charity Fund? The students below immediately lowered their heads quickly, each one more timid than the other. The teacher casually nodded at a student next to him. You answer. Student. He became cautious. The founder is, He replied tentatively, Ji Chang's. Yes, good, sit down. The teacher nodded with satisfaction and continued to talk around the classroom. The remaining 2/3 of the money was kept and used by Ji Chang's. He was a master of investment and invested several times, so even though he was doing good deeds everywhere, the remaining 2/3 of the compensation is still increasing. Even now, a descendant of the Ji family, Ji Chang's cousin's grandson, has announced the bill after taking over. This money can still be used for a long time. A period of time. The bell rang, and the teacher didn't delay the class. The next class was hers anyway. Okay, everyone, take a break. In the next class, we will talk about Wang Qi's journey as an undercover agent. As soon as the teacher left, the students immediately started discussing in 2s and 3s. Someone asked the student who had just been asked to answer the question, did you preview? You actually know the answer. I thought you were going to get cold when I just saw you being asked. What? There's no need for previews here. This kind of extraordinarily extraordinary thing is something that even gods and men can't do. It was definitely Ji Chang's doing. Also, wasn't it him who built Little Red Riding Hood in the first place? I remember Ji Chang's was interviewed before and once said that when he formed Little Red Riding Hood, he actually hoped that the national army would be like Little Red Riding Hood. However, at that time, the army had gone to war, so the people had to organize themselves. It doesn't seem bad. In today's peaceful times, aren't soldiers just like Little Red Riding Hood? When there is difficulty or danger, they are the first to save people. Ah, my father is a soldier. He said, he didn't. If you were born in that era and became Little Red Riding Hood, you must be a soldier who helps others in this peaceful era. Ji Chang's is really powerful. If a person like him lived in a peaceful era, he would be a big boss. As soon as he said this, the other students suddenly stopped talking and looked at him with expressions like, do you have access to the internet in every village? What's wrong? Are you stupid? Ji Chang's is still alive. Although he is 116 years old this year, he is still alive and well. But it hasn't been 100 years since that battle. I forgot, he was only 16 years old at the time. There is no comparison between someone else's 16 years old and our 16-year-old. At the age of 116, it's almost time. What a pity. I heard that after China's victory, he gave everything he had to the country and traveled around. What a pity. Mr. Ji Chang said that he will live as wantonly as he wants in this life. His only regret will be fulfilled when he dies. Regret? What regrets does a powerful person like Mr. Ji Chang's have? I don't know, he didn't say that. In the afternoon, obituaries were issued across the internet, announcing the death of Mr. Ji Chang's. A recently deceased person was being taken away by Gui Cha. Suddenly, he noticed that Gui Cha looked down at his cell phone. His expression immediately changed, and his green face turned pale. It's over. It's over. Ji Chang's is dead. What? The other ghost opened his eyes in shock and hurriedly came over to take a look. Then, his face turned from pale to pale green. It's over, is the underworld about to be reshuffled? Are we going to serve this big devil? Call the boss and let him run away quickly, whether it's hiding in a coffin, inside a tree, ice, it doesn't matter if it's inside the block, save the ghost's life first. The person who just died was a young man. He died in a car accident. He was covered in blood. Hearing the two ghosts being so frightened, he was a little confused. Why did you react like this? Is the Ji Changs you are talking about the Ji Changs? Wow. He died on the same day as such a big shot, but why are you so afraid? Grandpa Ji is a very good person, and he founded Little Red Riding Hood. Giza roared at him, he has been thinking about us for more than 100 years. It would be weird if he wasn't afraid. The two ghosts returned almost trembling. But after going down, I didn't see the big devil stepping on the boss's head in the reincarnation pool, but it was still peaceful. Didn't you get the message? That one is coming down. Your news is too late. That person is dead, but he didn't come down. It seems that a colleague finally worked up the courage to pick him up, but he missed it. It's all in vain? Don't people have to go to the underworld after they die? I don't know. We are guessing that this person may have great merit, so he went to the top. Although we don't know if there is a top, but since there is the underworld, there should be something in the sky. Hearing this, Gazan breathed a sigh of relief. It's okay if you don't come, it's okay if you don't come. Let that person do harm to the people above. As expected of a host, even if he loses his memory, he can still complete the task well. Ji Changs woke up in a pure white space, and it took only a second for his memory to recover. He smiled when he thought that before he died, he still thought that he would capture a bunch of ghosts to be his subordinates when he died. It's not bad to have no memory. It brings a lot more joy to exploration. Okay, no more nonsense, let's go to the next world, and don't forget my points. I also hope that Ji Changs, who has just recovered his memory, can feel a little confused and melancholy about the system. Okay, now jump to the next world. As for taking a vacation or not, it didn't even bother to ask. The host will definitely not go anyway. Ji Changs opened his eyes again, and there was a person in front of him who was almost pointing at his nose and cursing, "Your Majesty, you trust a treacherous minister like Ji Changs, and you want to convict the Guizhou prefecture just by listening to his words. If word spreads, everyone in the world must think you are a fool." Oh! Ji Changs understood instantly. It seems that this time, it is the traitor.